All right, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, just real quick, man. That nigga Chris Harris is a joke, man. We had the show earlier to where Solomon was talking about like, you know, what's your ideas and inputs on how to judge the debate league and shit like that. And the brother just kept going in on me like over and over and over, and I never like addressed the brother in a demeaning way or never talked down to the brother, never called him a name, nothing like that. But the brother just kept going in, and I just thought that was some real sucker shit. You know what I'm saying? And I felt like I just wanted to take the high road that one time, but that's the last time I'm taking that high road because that was some real sucker shit, man. Like I'm trying to input shit, and I'm like, okay, we here for a discussion on how to make the league better. This nigga talk about, so, oh, you're an atheist and you're a faggot and all this other kind of shit. I'm like, man, like, why is you even going there? Like, you know, niggas would not say that shit to you if they seen you in the flesh. So it's like, just chill on this shit sometimes. We're not even talking about that. If we was already arguing or something, and you want to, call me names and shit like that, I'm cool with it. But I ain't even come there for that. I kept telling him like, all right, man, forget what I believe. Let's talk about how to make the league better and shit. So I gotta call him out on that, man. That was some real sucker shit, man. Like major sucker shit. And I ain't like that whatsoever. But go ahead, Scorp, what you got?
I ain't got none, man. I was just observing the Bible study again tonight.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
Chris that said that to you. I thought Blue said something to you.
No, no, no. This was earlier. Like you called in like right after I hung up because you was asking for Solomon for the link, and
Oh, you talking about the earlier panel?
yeah, yeah, because you was asking for the link, and when I sent it, I told him on live on air. I was like, hey, Squab want the link. Squab want
Yeah,
the
I
link.
appreciate it.
Yeah, so I had hung up out there, but before that, the nigga just kept going in. Like, every time I said something, nigga just had something disrespectful to say. And I
Hey,
was
so who
like,
was
yeah,
that? Who was dude?
the one
That's
that
the
was
like the second
Tazaryach.
in command of the ISU. Oh, no, no, no. You know what the Tazaryach is, right?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
He
No,
say, "Yo, fuck with."
fuck with him. Fuck with
Who
him,
you
bro.
talking about? Who, Chris?
Yeah,
No. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, he the dude with the icon with the cat, with the baseball cat.
All right.
yeah, real high yellow brother, you know. But yeah, like I just ain't really like that shit. I thought it was corny. You know what I'm saying? We in here talking about actual business on how to make shit better, and the brother kept going in on me and shit, and I never went back at him. I was just like, all right, bro, I hear you. And I just thought that shit was corny, and it's kind of played out. Like, okay, yeah, I work for Domino's. How many jokes you gonna keep saying about that shit? All right, come on, like that should get corny after a while. Like, let's get to we here. I only came in on this shit to voice my opinion on how to make the debate league better. Let's talk about
Now,
that.
what did you say? What did you say? What was
Well,
your input?
well, first of all, according to me, I think I was the first person to even tell Solomon about the three judge system. But what I was saying was I was like, okay, well, let's have 1 point to the peers, 1 point to the people's vote, and then you have three judges, Solomon and two other people. So I said, if you do it like that, you can never get a tie because the way how Solomon has it now, you can actually get a tie this way. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, you have people who are biased as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like I witnessed the shit on my debate. The nigga Chris Harris called in and gave the vote to the other dude I was debating, which is whatever. I already know how he is. But then the other night when he was it was somebody debating. Oh yeah, it was Gorilla Hebrew and Amayan. And then he called in and said, "Oh, I'm giving it to Gorilla Hebrew and all this other bullshit." So then I asked him in the chat room. I was like, "Hold on, so why did you vote for him?" He was like, "Because I don't," because he said, "Because I don't believe in no immaculate conception." So I said, "So you voted for him just because you don't believe in immaculate conception?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "That's corny as fuck. Like, why would you even vote if you were that biased? Like." And that's the shit that I don't like. So that's why I said, okay, well, one vote for the people, one vote for the peers, and then you get three people three judges, Solomon and other two. But with that, you also have at least seven or maybe eight people that can judge, but only two people, three total with Solomon, are gonna judge per night. So if you have a total of eight people who can judge every night, if you have this brother say, "Well, no, I can't do it. I'm with my family," another brother say, "Well, no, I can't do it. I'm at work," then you at least have you got a pool of brothers who you can at least grab two and judge with. You know what I'm saying? So that was the shit I was proposing. And then niggas just acting stupid about that. So I said, okay, well, let's just end the whole fucking peers and the people's vote, because them niggas is fucking biased anyways.
Facts.
And then they was like, well, nah, we gotta have the people's vote because it's interactive and all of that kind of shit. And I was like, yeah, I understand that, but how about you just let them call in and make them feel like they're fucking doing something, but don't count their fucking vote? Because in actuality, when Gorilla Hebrew fucking debate somebody, we gotta wait 15 minutes until Solomon get tired of answering phone calls because they're gonna vote for him any fucking way. If I ever debated him, I would just tell him straight up. All right, after the Piz vote, I just concede the people's vote, and let's just move on to the judges round. Like I wouldn't even fuck around and wait 15 minutes for him to take all those phone calls.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that's basically what I proposed. 1 point to the peers, 1 point for the peoples, and three. And every judge, which is three judges total, have a point. That way, you can never have it even. And I also said like, if I'm an Old Testament Hebrew Israelite, then you can have a Christian as a judge, and you have an Old Testament as a judge, and then you have Solomon. That way, even if one of those New Testament niggas want to vote for their New Testament debate partner, then you still have the Old Testament judge who can offset that shit, and then Solomon would still be, you know, the
Yeah.
balanced judge. And like niggas wouldn't hearing that shit for some fucking reason. Like
Well, my
niggas is
point is
stupid.
either my thing is have fun with it. I think that's the point. I think either you're taking it too serious or you taking it too light, man. Like what you gonna do? But at the end of the day, I think it should be you bring your evidence, you make your case, and you judge off of that, not off what you know, what you learned, not off your opinion, your belief. Who brought the evidence better to, prove their point? That's it. Like take the emotion out of it, man.
But see, niggas can't do that shit, dog. Like one dude, Mikael, the first dude I debated, he said something in the chat room. He was like, "Well, I voted for Old Testament Hebrew one time, and this shit killed me." And I wrote back, and I was like, "Why the fuck is this shit killing you? It's not like." This shit's gonna has no effect on your faith, nigga. If you feel like you're going to heaven by keeping the commandments, you're still going to heaven. Like, why the fuck is this shit killing you? This shit has no effect on your life like that. Like, and that's why niggas get on me so hard. They call me coon and all this other kind of shit. It's because I'm objective with my shit,
Yeah.
and the shit don't matter. I don't believe in none of this stupid God bullshit. I don't believe in. Forgive me if y'all follow that shit, but I'm just saying I don't follow none of that shit. So I'm never gonna be biased about it. I vote for Old Testament Hebrews and Christians or whoever the fuck. If a person makes the better argument, that's what I'm looking at. And even you, Swab, you was like, damn man, I ain't want to vote for you because you ain't vote for me that one time. And I was like, bro,
I
I'm just
wanted to be able to vote against you, yeah, but I couldn't.
yeah, but see that
I
but that's
could.
some sucker shit though. Because
Yeah.
but to be honest, what you did was you did the stand up thing. You said, damn, he did vote for me. I would have voted against him, but he just came with more shit than the other brother. And you looked at this shit logically like, damn, I can't be like that. So even though the shit crossed your mind, you still said, okay, well, this would be kind of stupid if I vote for this guy.
It
You know what I'm
wouldn't be
saying?
me, and that ain't even how I want to represent myself. I want to be
Exactly.
known as that dude. Like, I mean, I can fight against my ego and make the right decision. I think every time
Right,
I
right,
voted, and I think out the blue I missed his, but every time I think I voted rightly, justly. You know what I'm saying? Going off of the debate, not off of
right.
what I believe or what I know who sound dumb to me or whatever. Some people make it easier than others, but when
Mm.
it's a good debate, I appreciate the good debate. Shit, I appreciated the Minister Howe debate tonight.
Yeah.
I had to dumb myself down to enjoy it, but I
Right, right.
enjoyed
Be, be, be,
it.
be, because my whole thing is this: anybody can sit back and listen to a fucking debate about abortion. You ain't gotta believe that abortion is okay, but if the motherfucker is making points, you're gonna be like, damn. Just sit back to yourself watching the shit, and you're not being called upon to judge it. You're gonna be saying in your mind, damn, that motherfucker makes some good points. He makes some real good points. And you can tell when a motherfucker getting ate up. It's like we don't all listen to rap battles and shit like that. The person you probably was going for was probably getting his ass chewed the fuck up. But you can still say like, damn, yeah, he lost that shit. You may not voice it, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I can look at a fucking debate about abortion and say, damn, yeah, that motherfucker making good points. And I just don't see why people can't do it. Like, they're so attached to this Bible and religion shit that it doesn't allow them to just be remotely unbiased. And
So
that's the shit that I.
could a non-believer like me or you, could we really have a just debate with a religious person on
No, it's
religious things?
nah, it's impossible. Just for the simple fact that the people that's gonna vote for these people, they have a hive mindset. It's no way to get
That's what's
around that shit.
sad. That's what's sad.
And that was my whole thing of taking the whole power from the people and the peers because I've seen like check this out. Remember the I think that was like 2 weeks ago. Me and anonymous people, we was going back and forth, calling each other names, cussing each other out, all that shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was calling that nigga a bitch ass nigga, all that shit. And then, like 2 days later, we was on the chat board and I was like, man, let's just squash that shit and move forward. He was like, all right. How about he was one of the motherfuckers that called and voted for me? Because and he said like straight up, like, man, I don't believe in nothing what he talking about, but he, made the better argument.
Yeah. Facts. I remember that too. He did call in and
Yeah,
specified that he was like, man, I think he said I don't like the dude and nothing he stand on. But,
yeah.
but
But
yeah,
you know what? I've been meaning to call him or text him to tell him like, hey man, that was a real stand up move because most people won't do that shit. We just pieced it out like 2 days before the debate, and then you came and voted because you seen what it was, and like that's the crazy shit. Like even if me and him never even like made up on some shit, I still wouldn't judge his debate different just because I don't like that nigga. I'm a member of the debate league. Why the fuck would I sell myself out as the nigga who is just going against this person because I don't like him and all that kind of shit? That ain't cool, man. That's some sucker nigga shit.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And I think it's big of you to, feel it on the inside to hit that man up and let him know that, you know what I'm saying? Because that'll solidify
Yeah,
that the bullshit is dead.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. Yeah, I've been meaning to hit him up to tell him that shit. But I just keep forgetting, but I gotta hit him up to tell him that because that was some real stand up man shit. You know what I'm saying?
um,
But niggas ain't gonna be real in this debate league, man. And it's unfortunate because I guarantee you what, if Solomon in the next 2 months, that nigga have 100,000 subscribers, and on every fucking video he got like 700-800 people watching that shit. Then niggas gonna want to get their attitude straight. You know what I'm
mm-hmm.
saying? And then they gonna want to, try to be a part of something and all of that kind of shit. But it's like you're defacing the brand right now by doing that shit. Like you're really defacing this shit. Like, but
Yeah.
niggas is in it for vainglory. They can't see past next week. You know what I'm saying? And my whole thing is I'm just trying to put my information out there because I understand this shit to be fact, and I know without a shadow of a doubt that the black community don't know shit about fucking evolution. The majority of them know go to church on Sunday. After that, go to fucking Morrison's or Golden Corral, or eat, and then come home and watch the game or some shit. Like I know they don't know this science, so I'm trying to bring this shit out to them, just showing a different perspective. So
Hey, my opinion, brother, when it all falls down, regardless of who votes for what, as long as you present what you present, and you do what you're supposed to do on your end, I believe the message is still going to get to the people that it needs to, regardless
Absolutely,
of who takes a win or who don't.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
I totally agree. And I've been saying I don't. I've been saying from my first debate, before I even had my first debate, when I had like my interview, I was saying like, man, I don't expect to win no debates. This is religious debate league for the most part. That's all they debate is the same topics, but worded differently. So I said, I don't expect to win it. If you say something that people are not used to, they'll call you a coon, or if you say something, supposedly against their God, they'll say that you're going to hell or some shit like that. So I understand where I'm at, but it's sad that I can go into, an atheist platform and, and talk to people with no problem. Yeah, they don't say those things. But then we look in the black community like the white man doing this, the white man doing that. But it's like, hold on, what are you doing to yourself? Like, why don't we have to ask those questions sometimes? Like, what the fuck are we really doing to ourselves? How can you get on a live show and disrespect a person who ain't even on no shit like that? You know what I'm saying?
UP, shout out to the brother. What's going on?
Peace
Power
to the
to the people.
family, man. Peace to the family, man. How y'all doing? How y'all doing, man? Y'all still got this brother on here talking this nonsense? No, I'm just playing.
What's good? What's good, man? What's good?
Peace
What's
and
up?
love. Peace and love.
Peace,
Did you
peace.
catch the debate tonight? Did you catch the debate?
Actually, I'm just now just getting off work and just checking in, really, man.
That's what's up. That's what's up. You in the same boat as my brother Squirt. He just wrapped it up not too long ago.
Yep, just wrapping it up.
Yeah, getting off the slave shit, man.
Bruh, same shit. Actually, funny you say that. It's the same shit I told Swab. Just leaving the slave ship. That's all that is.
Yeah, just leaving the slave shit, man. What y'all got going on though, man? I'm just gonna chime in when I catch up with y'all.
No, basically we was talking about the debate that happened tonight between Minister Howell and Captain Tazaryach. You know who that is?
Captain Tazaryach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know who that clown is.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That seemed like the sentiments across the board. Yeah, where he had a debate, a standoff, what they call cross the line with Minister Howell, one of the brothers that represent Christianity on the debate league on Vision platform. So we was building on that, and we was talking about the conversation earlier about how to make the debate league better as far as the judging system, because some people have people that tune into the debate and they vote, and that sometimes makes it one sided. It's happened more than twice, 3 times, I'd say. That's what we was building on, but other than that, we riff, we go off, we tangent a little bit.
Yeah, man. I'm just popping in and out, man. I seen what Polite and Hassan Campbell, they got their little thing going. It's like that whole New York bunch up there. They got too much going on with that New York conscious community shit, man. Them motherfuckers suspect, man. I don't fuck with none of them. That
Nah,
shit suspect up there, man.
to be honest, man, not to play devil's advocate, but I think that's just our community being on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Because niggas do the same shit in the hood, but I think it's just being on YouTube. It has a bit of a spotlight on it
Giving a
to where,
platform for people like that.
yeah, because if you think about it, how Sunday really started, because I've been watching him for some years, and he was just basically bringing niggas to his spot, and niggas was kicking, basically street knowledge. You know what I'm
How I
saying?
know that started is he was the DVD man.
No, 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 no. I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about the actual YouTube part.
Yeah,
Like
that's
he,
important to me though, because the way he got on is he took them DVDs and he started putting that information on YouTube, and then he started doing the interviews, and then he started doing the live. So it was a
yeah, yeah, but
progression. But you
but
right.
but yeah, but that's the part that I'm focusing in on because that's what actually took off because he started interviewing people kicking, street knowledge because you got
Mhm.
Muslims and Israelites and all this sort of other weird shit.
Moors and
Moors, yeah. So he was kicking like having people come on kick street knowledge, and then what you had the Moors going against the Hebrews, and you had the Hebrews going against the Comedics, and all this kind of stuff, and that's kind of what it turned into. Because to be honest with you, I've had brothers that I work with that deal with the Kemetic shit when I was an Israelite, and we'd be at work. You know what I'm saying, going back and forth. So I understand that if you would have put us on camera, it would have been the same exact nonsense that he promoted. So that's why I say what it's basically doing was it just put a spotlight on what niggas do in the streets.
hmm.
You know, because we think about it, like on ESPN, when you get a nigga like Stephen A. Smith, that nigga, that nigga is like the uncle in the barber shop who just be in that bitch all day, and the nigga watch all the sports, and he can tell you about everybody, and the nigga know everything on some shit. But niggas come in there and still try to debate him, and they lose. But I think it just put a spotlight on just how black people actually are. This is the shit that we do. When we get a little bit of something, we try to overgrandize and make it seem like it's something more, and then once somebody else see that, they want to attack that, and that's when we get to jostling, and the banter comes out. So
Well,
and what's funny about that, if I could say this, the majority of that shit is bullshit, man. the
yeah.
majority the majority of it is bullshit, like and I understand why niggas calling me a coon and all this other shit because
Why niggas call you a cone? Tell the truth.
well, because I have a difference of opinion, and what people don't understand is that I've sat in that same seat of Hebrew Israelite. I've sat in that same
You think
seat
they
of
calling you a cone because you got a different position of opinion?
no, absolutely, brother. And what I'm trying to break down to you is I've sat in that seat of being racist and hating white people. I've sat in
Yeah.
that same seat of I'm an Israelite and I'm not no fucking African. Get the fuck away from me with that shit. I've sat in the exact same seat. So when I come back to the person who's sitting in that seat and I try to tell them like, hey brother, actually we are African. And then they call me a coon. I understand it. I don't get mad that I'm a moderator, so the only thing I really block or time niggas out for, like I don't block nobody. I just like either block their statement or time them out. The only
Who
time
you
I do that
timed
is
out?
uh, one dude tonight. Uh, I don't fucking remember. But only time I really do that shit is when niggas call me a faggot. Like that shit ain't cool. Like don't be
Yeah.
calling niggas faggots. Like that shit corny. You know what I'm saying? So but I understand why they do that shit because I was once new into the knowledge and I felt like this shit that I heard was superior over everything. That's why you have Comedics going at Hebrews, Hebrews going at Moors, Moors going at Nuwapians, all this shit. Because sometimes, a lot of times, and I want to say 90% of the time, it's the first thing that these niggas heard before they came conscious. Like, this is the shit that made them conscious. Because the first thing that made me conscious was the Hebrew Israelite shit. So, of course, I'm riding for that shit. But now that I've overcome that shit. I look at it all with the same glasses. I'm like, all of it is bullshit to me. Not saying that it has no value, but I'm saying more so that it doesn't resonate with me per se. But if it's something that can clean you up and take you to the next level, use it what it's there for. You use it what it's there for. Don't use it to tear down other brothers, man. And a lot of people don't understand that because 10 times out of 10, these are niggas who are fresh out the fucking streets, and you put Bibles in their hand, or put a fucking Quran in their hand, put the Book of the Dead in their hand, and they become soldiers. But a lot of times they don't fucking understand what they're actually fighting for, and they're not fighting for what they actually believe in. They're fighting for some shit that they think is correct. That's the only thing that they're fighting for because they don't know this shit to be correct. They've
Man,
only
I
been in
think
it.
they know that. I think they know that bullshit. They
No,
study
no,
what we
no, they
study.
don't. No, no, they don't, brother. And the reason I'm telling you that is because I used to be in that bullshit, and you couldn't tell me that God was false. You
Oh,
can't tell
okay.
me that.
When you was in that shit, was you studying the Septuagint and shit like that?
No, I wasn't studying the Septuagint. And that's what I'm trying to tell you.
That's what
I
I'm
was
saying. People like Tazaryach, motherfucker. When I talk to the chat, the questions I be asking, a lot of people dodging, but some people they come at me. Oh yeah, well this say that, and they admit all of this shit, but then they say something like, well all doctrine has been. So the higher level, the higher more educated people who really study this shit, they know it's bullshit. Maybe it's a
but
lot of lower
but
level
no,
people.
that's
Yeah.
no that no that's still not true. And I'm gonna tell you why. And I'll just take this as an opinion. When I first came in for like 2 years, I used to deal with the whole Jesus doctrine and all that shit. I used to believe in the whole Old Testament and New Testament. But after like 2.5 years, I stopped following the New Testament. And so for about 1 year, I started only following the Old Testament. And then after that, I started seeing, even these Old Testament Hebrew Israelites are some fake niggas. So then I started following Judaism because I was actually one who was looking for the truth. So I kept going. I kept going to the root, the root, the root, the root, the root, and it took me to Judaism. And it's the shit that killed me. That when I say shit like, man, if y'all really want to know about being a Hebrew, y'all need to go study these fucking Jews, because these are the niggas that got the fucking tombs. These are the niggas that got the records. Y'all need to go study them. And if you're saying that this is your shit, go take it back or shut the fuck up and leave me alone. Because I'm telling you that the shit you have is not real. These motherfuckers got tombs that's fucking thousands, well, I ain't gonna say thousands, but 1,500 years old. These are the motherfuckers that got it. So once you start studying Judaism and understanding that shit, and then what happened after that? I transitioned. I was like, hold on, all of this shit is bullshit. Because right after I left Judaism, you know what I started to go into for like a week? I
What's that?
started to go, I started to go into Kemet. I was in Kemet, excuse me, not Kemet, but I was in Kemet for like 2 weeks, and then I said, hold on, no, I can't rock with this Kemet shit. And then I started looking for different African spiritualities. And I did that for like 3 days. And then I got to the point and I said, hold on, why the fuck am I running from God to God to God to God to God? And then I realized all this shit some bullshit. Everywhere you fucking go, they got a different God story, and they all have a supreme being. And I said, all of this shit is bullshit. All of it is garbage. How the fuck can you have one God but have uh 10,000 different records or recordations of God? I said, man, this all of this shit is garbage. And
Hmm.
that's kind
So
of
I
how
said,
I
you do it like that, you can My never bad. Get a time.
Yeah, that's just kind of the way how I navigated through this shit. You know what I'm saying? But what it is some people are still stuck at that level and they believe this shit. But you can tell me when I was a New Testament Hebrew, I didn't believe it. You can tell me when I was Old Testament, I didn't believe it. You can tell me when I was in Judaism that I didn't fucking believe. I believe this dumbass shit. So those people believe it. It's just they at that different levels. The people you talk to who don't know shit, they're new, or either they choose to stay where they at. The people who you do talk to that may know a little something, that means they done elevated a little bit because they've gotten past the dogma and the doctrine of what the people are teaching them. But you get to a certain level to where Tazaryach and these people, the Christians and stuff who debate, them motherfuckers are completely lost. Those are the people that are so indoctrinated that they cannot get out of it because they're no longer open minded. You were open minded when you first came into this shit to believe it, but now you're no longer open minded. And that is the fucking problem right there.
Hmm. What's going on, Si?
What's happening? Can you hear
You
me?
got it, bro. Yes, sir.
Peace, peace, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
What you call
Oh
me?
man.
Chicken box? Chicken box?
Yo, that's an ill avatar,
Man.
bro. That's an ill avatar, Jack. I tell you that, man. Well, we talking about some clown ass niggas on here, and then you come up here with this, bro. Woo, woo. Hey, no, bro. Outside. Let me ask you this, bro. So you did all that journeying, right?
Right,
And
right.
so what was what turned you atheist? Did you I mean, what really got you to your truth? What you know what I'm saying? What really got you to your truth?
Well, like I was saying, what got me here is that I began to try to find the root of all of this shit. because I believed in God. I believe that there was a God. There had to be a God that created all this shit. So, like I said, I started off believing in the New Testament, and then I started seeing many, many errors in that. Then I started believing in the Old Testament. Then I started seeing many, many errors in that. So I said, hold on, if there's errors in the English, then guess what? That mean I gotta learn Hebrew. Okay, so I'm learning Hebrew. I'm in Judaism, and then I see fucking errors in that shit. So I said, okay, well, now I can't deal with this shit no more. So I started to deal with Kemet, and then I see, the bullshit in that, and then I say, okay, well, let me deal with animism. Now I was going into animism, you know, and, well, that's not really a African spiritual system, but a lot of African spiritual systems do predicate their um their spiritual system off of animism. It's the mainstay. So once I got there, I was like, nah, this shit don't sound right. So I just continued to search, and then through all that searching, I I said, man, all of this shit is bullshit to me because it never led me anywhere. It just took me down the hole till I got to the bottom of it, and there was nothing there.
So all this time you was looking outside of yourself. So when did you look into yourself? Have you did you find the
No,
truth by looking into yourself?
no, that's the funny part. I was never looking outside of myself. I was in myself, looking through my fucked up ass eyes.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
why
you looking through
now,
your eyes because your two eyes look on the outside. That's what your eyes do. Your two eyes is not made for you looking on the inside. So you utilize those two eyes in your face, looking outside
right,
for everything that you was looking for in your books, in your deities, in different religions, and different aspects, right? So you was going
right.
through all of these different books and different avenues outside of yourself. Did you ever look
Right.
inside of yourself? Because this is what I know that they try to take us away from more than anything. All the religious deities and everything, they want to get you outside of yourself so you don't know who you are. You feel what I'm saying? So as long as they can get you focusing on everything outside of yourself, utilizing your eyes, your two eyeballs to look outside of your face. You feel me?
And
You
see
can never
that,
look inside of yourself.
but see, check it. That's why after I left all that shit alone, I came up with a new moniker for myself, and it was outside the cube, because niggas who in this religion indoctrinated them niggas is inside the cube and they don't even know it. They're inside of a fucking box and they don't know it. That's why I put a new moniker for myself of outside the cube. And once I started to look at shit on a outside, I see what you're trying to say, but we was kind of saying the same thing, but in a different way. Once I started to look at this shit from the outside looking in, I started to notice everybody are like fucking rats on a fucking wheel going nowhere. Because how can this one religion tell me that God is coming back, and another religion saying God is coming back, and then another religion saying God is coming back, and another religion saying God is in all and of all, and another religion is saying that you're gods. And if you look at it all, and it's like, how can I believe any of this God shit? Well, number one, there's no evidence of a God, period. So once I start to take a step back and look outside start from the outside looking in, I realized that all of this shit is bullshit. You follow what I'm saying?
Hey, let me ask a question. I ain't, we chilling. We ain't, as
Yeah.
far as I can see, we building or whatever. So the whole time you was an Israelite, you didn't understand the scripture was telling you to look inside yourself to deal with the inner self.
No, I didn't look at it like that. And the reason why I didn't look at it like that is because what the scriptures um what the scriptures try to make you understand is that there is something supreme over you. Once you take a step back and look at the cube when you're away from it, and you look at the cube and all the people in the cube, those people think that there's something supreme above them when there's not.
That something supreme over you is in you. You not that nobody never taught you how to perfect the soul. This is what this whole scripture is telling you. It's giving you history of a certain lineage of people, and it's telling them they got to clean themselves up, and it's telling them how to clean themselves up to look within, perfect
What's
your soul.
But see, I would disagree with that because I don't. Number one, I don't believe, or there's no evidence to show that we have a soul, that we have a spirit. Because according to what we actually 100% have evidence of, is that we come from apes. And
Okay,
even
all
when
right. Can wait, real quick. I just need you to
yeah,
do me a real
The
quick thing.
evidence. You don't
hold
got
on, this is
100%
somebody. Hold on,
evidence,
this is
bro.
hold on, this is oh that Brandon. I thought
Wait,
that was
real
you,
quick.
Scorpio. My
Yeah,
bad. I thought that
you
was you, Scorpio.
it's Scorpio. Hey,
No, I thought you was talking to me before. That sounded like DJ.
nah, that wasn't me just talking to you before. That was Sa.
Oh, my bad, bro.
I want to ask you a quick question.
Mhm.
When you close your eyes
Right.
and you do not speak outwardly, what is the voice within inside? Can you explain that to me? What is that creates sound that you can physically hear, but you're not physically using your lips, your voice, lymph nodes,
Conscious.
vocal cords, or lungs?
I would, as we know today and can explain it, I would have to say it's my conscience.
So you're saying that the physical part of your brain is speaking?
Well, I don't think your conscience is something necessarily physical. I think it's electrical.
Okay. So if it is electrical and it does speak, what do you define it as?
Conscience.
What is a
Huh.
conscience?
A
But what is
conscience.
that?
A conscience is something that every animal on this planet has. But for some animals, they can't necessarily hone in and control their
What
conscience.
is
But
it
for
though?
I'm trying to tell you.
Are you
A,
telling us everybody who got it and what they could do with it? What is it? Is it a connection to something greater than you?
no,
Like,
it's
what
not.
is that?
It's
Like,
not a
I'm
con.
trying to understand what his understanding of that connection, or whatever it or lack thereof connection, or
All right,
what he defines it as. Period.
all right. What see, and that's the thing. I have to show you what it is and show you how it works, so then you can kind of understand what I'm saying. I'm not gonna take long. What I'm saying is, every single animal on this planet has a conscience. But unfortunately, for 90% of animals, their conscience is hardwired to just do one thing. So when a cheetah wakes up in the morning, his stomach is hungry, it thinks, let me go get some food. Let me go get some food, and I'm gonna get it by any means. And well, not by any means, but by the way and by the means that I know how to. Now, when it comes to a human, our conscience is infused with reasoning. It's also infused with caring, loving for other people, and these various emotions. So
But we can't say that the animals don't display these same traits and
But
habits.
but that's why I said 90%, because if you look at a dog has emotions because it loves its owner. A cat has emotions because it loves its owner. But when you talk about a lion or a cheetah, they're not showing emotion to where they can reason with you. Yes, they can love their child, but that's hardwired. You can
Well,
take a
you know,
human.
with me, I don't live in Africa, but we can't say that for the tribes that do live amongst these animals. You get what I'm saying? Like, they're able to coexist in some measure, way, shape, or form, which means this animal is it, whatever that is inside of it respects whatever's inside of the humans that are around it. So what
Right.
I'm asking clearly, because I mean, it's not like this is not happening. So I'm asking, like, what do you define that voice within inside self that is not affected physically? What do you define it as outside of consciousness, outside of the cube?
Well, I don't think it could, as far as our language and the way that I'm able to convey my point and speak to you,
Yes,
I don't think I could use any other word other than consciousness. My
Cause I think
vocabulary
I
my
think it's another
vocabulary is
way.
limited.
I think it's another way of communicating. I think because and the reason I say that, like, I think it's your way of communicating with yourself, but I think it was used to communicate with others. Like animals communicate with each other. They don't have to make a language or make a lettering, an alphabet, because they're not
Okay,
communicating with nobody outside themselves. Let me finish this though. So I feel like that's our tool, and we just been dumbed down, and we don't know how to utilize it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
well, see,
But here's
you have to
the
understand this also. And if I could just say this real quick, we there I forget what the study says, but there's over 1,000 facial expressions and body languages that we understand. Excuse me, that we understand, that even if we never had words, we will be able to understand how that person is feeling or what they're thinking.
Hmm.
So we can't say that consciousness is also something that is not spoken that helps you communicate, because we have eyes. We can
I
see
mean,
how a person.
that don't make what I said null and void. It that is different ways of communicating with your physical expressions, facial expressions,
Okay, but
language,
he's talking,
and
but he's
thought.
talking about but what he's talking about is when you close your eyes and what's that
I
voice.
know your thought language.
But
The
how
thing
can
you
you
call this.
communicate? Go ahead, go ahead.
so
How can you communicate with others?
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. You just said yourself that we have a level of reasoning animals don't have. So, and if you believe in evolution, what separates us? What gave us a level of reasoning that didn't the evolution didn't give the animals? Can you explain what gave us this high level of reasoning?
Sure, sure, I can explain it. What gave us this high level of reasoning is, number one, evolution. Number two, our environment, and number three, the bodies that house our consciousness.
Animals was in the same environment. What do you mean?
No, what I'm saying is this: out of all of the animals, we are one of the weakest animals. And if you take a look, if you walk in and fall and slip on something, you can break a hip bone. If something punctures your femoral artery, you can bleed out uncontrollably without the advent of excuse me, without the advent of the medication that we have today, and the type of doctrine that we have today. So
Well, we
if you
can say
look,
the same for the animals. I mean, what that
what
don't.
see that.
And there are plenty animals weaker than us also. So
I know, but I said, I didn't say just we're the weakest. I said out of most of the animals, we are the weakest. And what we have to understand when you talk about our so-called intellect, it's a defense mechanism. Because if you take a shark, why hasn't why do scientists say that the shark hasn't changed in over 1 million years? Because it has an optimal design. When you look at something like a cheetah, when you look at something like a lion, these things have defense mechanisms that they can use. We don't have defense mechanisms that we can use. We're not strong. Like I said, you can puncture our femoral artery, we can bleed out
Disagree with that,
profusely.
bro. I disagree with that. All
I
of that.
Well, hold on.
it was
Let me just finish. Let me just finish
they
real
had
quick.
slave
I,
boxes with fucking bears.
I'll wrap it up. I'll wrap it up real quick. The point I'm trying to make is, if you're the kid who getting picked on in class all the time, you begin to look at other ways how you can get around this dude that's bullying you. You're gonna probably leave class early, or go through the other back door or the side door, or probably jump on another bus and have to walk them out to your crib, or different things that you're gonna do to try to get away from this bully. But eventually, once he starts finding the ways that you're trying to escape from him, he's gonna corner you, and you're gonna have to figure out a way how to defeat him. And once he corners you off, you might kick him in the nuts. You might pick something up and knock the fuck out of him, or you might just start lifting weights and get stronger. So, as humans, we had to find different ways to survive, because
so
once we go ahead, go ahead.
what happened about and if we going off that train of thought, what about the squirrel? In that case, squirrels should be ruling the world.
Well, no, the squirrel has defense mechanism. I have trees behind my house, and squirrels, they come and hang out with me sometimes. And if I throw a rock at a squirrel, the squirrel is fast and agile, and it can crawl up trees, which I can't. If it wants to get away from me, it has defense mechanisms to get away. Everything in nature has a defense mechanism. If you look at an octopus, certain octopuses can change different colors. A lot of them can squeeze into places that nothing else can get into. No matter what you
E-
look at in nature, it has a defense mechanism.
Exactly, and you see that, and this is what I'm saying. Humans have a high intellect. They have a strong brain. Well, we are
which
one of
is
the
their defense
strongest
mechanism.
creatures on the planet. So
No,
what
but
I'm asking you is why? Who gave us this strong brain, or how do we develop this strong brain? Because there's a lot of animals weaker than us. There's a lot of animals damn near on the same level of us. We are
all right,
distinct, and there
it gives
has to
me.
be a reason for this distinction.
Yeah, you're right because natural selection and evolution, the reason why we evolved into what we are today is for the simple fact that we knew for a fact we could not survive. Like right now, if you take a human being and a fucking lion and throw them into a cage together, you'd fucking die. But if you take a human being and throw them in an arena the size of, like, like a basketball arena, that motherfucker would be able to build some shit to where the either the lion couldn't get to him, or he could build some shit and shape a sharp object to pierce him to kill him. So we had to develop these things because we were amongst these things. So no different than the squirrel, no different than an alligator or all of these different things. They developed these things because I heard one dude say this, brother Larry, that be on Sudden of the TV show. He said this one thing that was real profound to me. He said, when you look in nature, now hold on, he said it like this. He said, when you look in nature, something is running, because he said only time you see something running in nature is because something is chasing it. He said the only time you see something swimming is because it's trying to bite something, and the only time you see something flying is because it's trying to swoop down and catch something. So when you look at nature and you see these animals doing all of this shit, they do this shit to live. We look at things differently because we're not going out trying to hunt beasts and eat. What we do is we go and clock in for a 9 to 5. So the way that how we live now is different than how we used to live. Because if you look at a lion right now, after you feed him 20 pounds of fucking meat, you can sit right there and pet him, and he wouldn't give a fuck. But if that motherfucker hungry, he'll eat you alive. So right,
Depending on your connection with nature.
well,
If
I
you
agree
have
with
no
that
connection
too.
with nature, then yeah, I would assume that tiger and or lion would rip your ass apart. That's just within their nature. But if
Right.
you have a connection, I don't think I just don't believe that they would attack you. It's just like
Facts.
animal. When you show fear, it's gonna come at you. Humans do the same thing. Soon as you show fear, they come at you.
I
So
agree.
That's
Go
facts.
ahead.
That's facts. You got
Go
to
let
go.
me
realize.
ask
Yeah,
let
I
me
agree
ask
with
you
that.
this on your evolution theory. So you say, let me ask you about the universe. Now we
Okay.
can look at the universe and we can see all kind of mathematics and everything designed in this universe. I mean, so basically, are you saying you go along with the Big Bang theory? Is that what you saying? How the universe was created?
Well, as we know and understand life and universe today, I can't say that that's
Who
correct, but what I can say is that's the best explanation.
who is
Excuse
we
me.
though? When you say as we know, who is we?
Well, I'm talking about scientists actually.
Oh, science.
No different than no different if like I'm a Miami Dolphins fan, and if somebody say like y'all won, I'm gonna say like yeah we won, but I don't play for them, so I'm gonna say like yeah we won today, we beat whoever. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by that.
Can you just maybe I'm lacking, or maybe I just don't have the knowledge. Can you point out one so-called African society of ancient days that believed in atheism?
Well, to be honest with you, bro, I don't think that there were any, unfortunately. And that's where, to be honest with you, man, I think that's where we get a lot of racism. Well, not racism. I think that's where we get a lot of bigotry and a lot of hatred for people who for black people who are atheists, because they have that in their mindset, because they feel like, well, if all black people were doing this one thing, who are you to do what so-called white people are doing. So, and it's funny that if you ask me that, you know what I can also ask you, and I'm not being funny.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Show me, I can ask you, show me the African uh, country that build cars. They didn't do it. Show me the black country that has a space program. They don't do it. Show
But
show
we
me
could
the
go.
black.
You don't have to go far. You can go to the United States, and like we was telling you a little while ago, the Patterson. That car was built by a black man. That was
No,
actually the
no, wait, hold
first
on,
car.
stop. Wait, stop. I'm not talking about what black people are doing here in America. I'm talking about what African people have been doing for the past 250,000 years. You would not find them building cars, but we drive
Yeah,
them today
yes, yeah.
because
You
it,
got
because
Ghana produces their own car. What are you talking about?
They making water cars that ride on water and shit, man.
but hold on. They just started actually doing that 2 years ago. They just started doing
We
that
don't
two
know that,
years
man.
ago.
You don't
But
just start making cars that's revolutionary 2 years
They didn't
ago.
come up with these
what?
concepts from nowhere. There's already a blueprint there. They use the blueprint that
No,
from.
I'm not. But see, that's the thing. I'm not talking about that, and it's hard for me to talk about these things because people, when I say these certain things, people make it feel like I'm talking down on Africans. I'm an African through and through, and I would never
No,
want to
bro,
be
we
anything else.
building. Don't just feel
No, no,
free.
no,
No,
Ain't
no,
nobody
not at
It's
talking
all.
just
down.
not true. No,
No,
what you
sir.
saying just not true. And I
but
mean, I
but
want you to make your point, but I don't want you to, yeah, that's all.
but the actual point I'm trying to make is because I seen the new vehicles. They have like four models. The Katanka that came out in Ghana that you referred to, and they just started producing those two maybe 3 years ago. Like before, if you look at Africa right now, they have Hondas, Fords, and all of those things, but they just started making their own
That's
cars.
still black people in the country that's been doing it within the past 250 years.
Okay, but no, but the point I'm trying to make is before that, they did not have cars. And the other point that I made was they don't have a space program. So if Kenya had a space program tomorrow, then I would be able to say, hold on, why are they modeling their space program? Why are they going out of space? Because Africans in ancient society never went out into
Yes, they
space.
did.
All right, see, I don't want to get into that kind of stuff. I want to just deal with the real shit. And the
But
brother asked me,
what you saying, I ain't mean to cut you off, but see, used in a situation like if you look over there in Africa, in my opinion, from what I studied and looked at it, colonialism never stopped over there. It's still going on.
I agree.
So these people, and I don't hate to say it, I just gotta say what it is. Most of them rulers over there are corrupt.
I
So
agree.
you dealing with outside forces controlling shit and basically keeping them dumbed down and poor to steal their resources.
I agree, but at the same time, when someone asked me, well, show me an African country that dealt with atheism, and then I ask you, well, show me an African country that has a space program. Now, would you think that, like, asking you this question, do you think it's advantageous to have a space program for black people? Because a lot of times you hear, like, stupid niggas come on and say, well, where's the black labs? Or where are the black people doing this? Or where are the black people doing that? But
So,
would you think it's important for black people on the continent to have a fucking space program?
so when you say space program, what do you mean? Like space as far as
I
shooting
mean,
shooting satellites up in the air, or
you
space
goddamn
like
right.
space travel?
No, I mean both.
I
You
say,
goddamn.
yeah, it's important for black people to establish their own everything.
Because think about it. If you use Sprint, T-Mobile, Verizon, you're using they shit. How about if Africa shot their own shit up in the fucking air? We could use they shit and support our fucking continent
Like
and what
Muammar
But
they're doing.
Gaddafi.
here's the deal though. Just like he just said about Muammar Gaddafi, and I don't mean to cut you off, but Africans would have been had that. You got to understand there's a mechanism stopping them. Most Africans, their cell phone service are prepaid. And the
Right.
reason why it's like that is because the price, they want to keep the prices high. You know what I'm saying? Muammar Gaddafi came and tried to change all this, but look what happened to him. So what we're dealing with is a mechanism created by man to purposely keep them down, and unfortunately, their rulers are complicit with it. So we're not
Not
dealing with the intellect of the African. There's a
no,
lot
but
of
see,
Africans very intelligent, but
and
if
see that.
they're ruled by a corrupt system, I mean, they're not gonna build shit.
But see, at the same time, that's what
But
I'm
they
talking about. And that's why I preface my statement by saying that when I said I don't want to talk about Africans like we can't do anything. That's essentially why I prefaced it by saying that, because yeah, we may have outside forces doing this and doing that, but when you ask me, specifically me, and you say, well, show me an African country or nation that was practicing atheism, and I said no, I can't show it, but you can't show me African nation with a space program. I'm basically asking the same question, because as well as you can say, well, the white man uh, held us back from being able to have our own cars and rule autonomously. Well, I could say if it wasn't for the white man, especially Egypt, they would have moved past all that God shit, because they were the leaders of civilization. So they
But
would have.
there's
They would have.
no.
Again, you
Can I,
go ahead,
can I
go
say
ahead. My
something real
bad.
quick?
Yeah,
Oh,
go ahead.
there's no white nation that doesn't have a god though. So
Hey,
saying
peace,
that
peace, big game. What's up, man?
yeah, peace, brother. It's a one, it's a false equivalence, and two, it's just not accurate. Like
Hold on. You said there's no white nation that doesn't have a God.
exactly,
What do you mean by that?
all white people believe in some. Well, not all white people, but for the most part, all white people have some kind of religious system.
Well, see. Unfortunately, if you
So
didn't
saying
jump
a
out.
religious system, see, this is what Ankh does. Just says stuff that's not accurate, and then has some fake, like something fake to back it up. Like
Oh,
no, no, you can't say that white people don't believe in anything, but the white people who own the most stuff are Jewish. White people who are the smartest, they have the highest IQs, they have the most access to technology, they have the most money, and they're Jewish. So you can't say religion is holding black people back.
And I want y'all to be able
well, I
to
never.
hold on.
No,
Go
that's
ahead.
what you're implying.
That's not what I'm. That's not what I'm
That's exactly
implying,
what you're
brother.
implying. That's why
That's
you
not what I'm
ask.
implying.
Oh, that's why you say if you can't find a if you can't find an African civilization that practice atheism, but you say,
No.
oh well, you can't find a white civilization that or you can't find an African civilization that has a space program. Like that's
I,
literally
I
what you're
have.
implying.
I have never mentioned even the word white ever. We was talking about a
You
whole
said
different
European.
thing.
European is white. Don't
Yeah, but
No,
play.
we was.
Like
he's no
But
he.
brother,
You
we was
did
talking
say
about
white,
something
bro.
different. No, no, no. But what
You
I'm saying is, no, we were talking about something different. I was talking about the question you asked me, and all I said was I can ask you the same thing. That's all I
And
was saying.
I want to make the clear distinction that when you talk about Egyptian or African gods, we were the gods. These pictures that
Uh,
you see are anthropomorphic characters from natural elements. We did not look at them as we put ourselves in that position. So it was so you not
Jabari would
even
disagree with you,
that's cool with Jabari, but you not even using the terminology right. What they say is God. We don't have that.
well, the
We
only
don't
the only
have
reason. Go ahead.
what they have is God. Every time you see somebody sit on the throne, and this is the creator, he knows all of the. We never said that. That's not what it
But
is. We pay respect to every element in this position, but we don't put it all together and put a face on it and say, this is how everybody must live. Man, that shit crazy, man.
so you gotta understand, like that's not the point that I was making. The point that I was making was that because he said that okay, well, the white man came and prohibited and actually stunted the growth of Africa, which I agree
brother.
with.
Time out, brother. I didn't say that. I said outside forces. I comprehend completely that it's not only white faces doing this shit.
Okay, well, I apologize, bro, but I figured you'd understand what I was saying. But okay, well, outside forces stunted the growth of Africa. I can agree with that. That's not a problem. Well, he was saying that outside forces stunted the growth of Africa, and the only thing I was saying was if they did not do that, then I believe that Africa, not Africa, but Kemet would have eventually grown out of what we have today as this uh excuse this uh not countrywide, but this. this continent wide belief in God. I truly believe that they would have outgrown that, because if we could look at the ancient Greeks and the ancient um yeah, I can't even call it the ancient Romans, a lot of them, it was okay to say like there is no God. You know what I'm saying? Like how I brought out in my debate about Epicurus when he was talking about, like, if this and that and this and that, then there is no God. So a lot of them were atheists, but you don't have that same sentiment in Kemet. And only thing I'm saying is, if the growth would not have been stunted, that shit would have been prevalent. That's all I'm saying. I wasn't saying like the white man is smarter and like what the brother came in and said. That's not what I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to equivocate those things. So no.
But the thing with ancient Greece and ancient Romans, they were the majority of them worship gods, and they got them right out of Kemet.
Okay, but
So
I wasn't talking about the majority. I said a lot of them were atheists. And the point I'm trying to make is, if a lot of them were atheists, oh yeah, to deal with this point that Big Game said, he said that every white nation has a god. Like, that's totally false. In my debate, I even showed, because, and I remember when I showed this, I showed at first about 8 countries, about how 80% of them, well, excuse me, 65 to like about 85% of them don't even believe in the God. They believe in evolution. And I remember looking into the comment section, and somebody said, "Oh, he's going to all
Belief in
white countries."
evolution does not negate a belief in God. Don't,
Oh,
like, you guys try to conflate this. Oh, if you believe in science, then you don't believe in God. Hell no, that's totally not
no,
true.
no,
If you
see,
There's
you know
actually a
what?
study at, let me talk. There's actually a study at they did it at Rice University. You can look it up online. They were showing, like, not all scientists do believe, not all scientists like actual real scientists, not
Right,
people who would say they believe in science. Not
right,
all
right.
scientists have a disbelief in God. And
You're
actually, in
right.
some countries, the more scientific the person becomes, or after they become a scientist, they actually start believing in God. So you can't, you got you literally, it's just a false equivalency, and it's a fallacy to say that because you believe in this means you don't believe in this.
Well, no, but see, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That was not my point. What I was trying to point out to you
That's always
is,
your point.
all right, brother. I'll let you speak. The point I'm trying to make is, if you actually listen to my closing statement, if you go back to my closing statement, I brought up two specific polls. Two specific polls. One of the polls said it was an answer to the question um, about evolution. I can't really even call it off the top of my head. But the other poll was a question about evolution, and do you believe that I forget exactly what it was, but the point I'm trying to make with that is, the polls, they were different, and that's why I even brought them up, because number one, they both had to do with evolution, and the other poll had to do with the direct belief in a God. Oh yeah, yeah, that's what it was. The first one was, how did what's the best evidence of man coming into existence, and they said evolution.
Remember that thought. Keep that thought. What's the best evidence of man coming into existence? Evolution. Shout out to Sister Renee in the chat. I want to give a shout out to her. Subscribe to her
Peace,
channel. There's a
peace,
rundown with
sister.
Renee. Check out our show with Psychopathia at Psychopathia Live. And if you need some graphics done, hit up at Renee's Black Graphics. All right, go ahead, bro. What's the best evidence for man coming into existence? Evolution.
Yeah, yeah. So if you look at my closing statement, I showed two polls, and they were turned into graphs to show you the difference. And then after I did those, I also showed various countries that shows that how most of them believe in evolution. And what the brother's trying to say is, like, it's a false equivalency, but what he's not adding to it is that the majority of people that don't believe, excuse me, the majority of people that do believe in evolution, they don't believe in a God concept. So I don't see how he can say it's a false equivalency, but doesn't want to add in the fact that if you believe in evolution, then the majority of the time you're not gonna believe in the God concept either. And then furthermore, and I'll let you go after this. Furthermore, to say that that every white country has a God, that's fallacious and terrible to say that, bro.
So
I
let
just
me
don't
get something.
understand. Go ahead.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
bro. My bad. My bad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna say most, like I said, most white countries majority believe in God. I mean, it is what it is. Like you can't say, or I'm not. I mean, I guess I can't say most, but I mean, I'm sure majority of white people believe in a God. Like, there's no way you can say
Well, do
that's
you
not
have
true.
evidence for that? Do you have evidence for that?
Majority of white people in America believe in a God. Is that not true?
No, listen. You know what's so funny about that? I showed that. I showed that in my in my closing statement. It said
Oh my
45%.
God.
Well, no, you asking me a question. It said 45% of Americans believe in evolution, about 40% believe in God, and the rest were unsure. I showed that. I definitely showed that.
I think you're gonna find out on
You
your. How long have you been an atheist?
For about maybe 3 months almost.
Yeah, I think you're gonna find out in your journey. Atheism has a God. Actually,
Okay.
atheism actually is a
What's the
religion.
name of his God? What's the name of the atheist God?
And when you're dealing with atheism, atheism taps right into the worship of intellect.
So if I like Jordan shoes, that mean I worship Jordan?
What does Jordan shoes have to do with intellect?
No, because you said that you said
you just
that
make false
atheist.
equivalencies, man.
No, because you said that atheists worship intelligence or intellect.
I,
So
I s-
I said if I wear a lot of Jordan sneakers, then that means I worship the sneaker.
Hey, can I say
atheism.
something real quick?
Go
Atheists
ahead, bro.
represent. I mean, they believe in Satanism, and Satan and the devil are. I mean, Satan and God are both gods and one and the same because it's all about a duality. They both on this polarity on this pole of good and bad. You feel what I'm saying? So you wouldn't know the devil without knowing God. You feel what I'm saying? You wouldn't know God if you didn't know the devil. Just same thing as good and bad, positive, negative, up and down. Life is a duality, man. And what y'all missing is that everybody is a God within themselves, man. Regardless of what y'all speaking, man, we are all gods or the devil or whatever you want to call it. The creator, the evolution of creation, whatever y'all want to put a name on it. You know what I'm saying? See, and that's where everybody get confused because we argue about titles. The most of the thing that y'all arguing about is all about a title, man. And it's these titles that got us separated all the way down the board as people, man. And once we get
Well,
past these
well,
titles, I think we'll be better as a whole, as everybody, man. We stop attaching titles to everyone.
What titles, brother?
so how do we
Just like
Hold
figure
on,
out
hold
black,
that?
on, hold on, hold on.
huh,
Okay,
huh?
yeah. Go
He
ahead.
just said, just
Yeah.
like black, just like white, just like God, any of those. This it's all titles. You know what I'm saying? Because if we are smart enough to know that y'all keep saying this, y'all putting black and whites in a bunch and all of this different thing, and y'all only putting the black and whites. What about the Chinese? I said this before. Y'all want to call them yellow, Mexicans, red, whatever y'all want to call them, man. You feel me? But we got to
All
stop
right.
putting
But
titles
this what
to
I'm
ourselves.
saying. Don't aren't blacks and white different people?
Me personally, bro, I think that we are all shades of brown, bro. Just like I told you before, this brother is just light skinned. You look at the brother beside him, he is a little darker. You a little darker. I'm brown skinned, and we are all different shades of brown, bro. All the way
White
down the border.
white people is a shade of brown.
It's a different shade of brown, bro. Facts.
That's not
Hey, just real
facts.
quick, just real
Hey
quick,
man, in my
because
eyes, that's
outside the
facts because
queue,
they're not
Brown.
white. It's a fact that
Don't
they're
put
not white
facts
and we're
on that
not
one.
black. That's a
But
fact.
this is what
That's a
I'm
big.
asking you. This is what I'm asking you without getting super duper, because that's what y'all do. Y'all think we so dumb that when we call ourselves black, we don't know what the color black is. So
I'm not gonna say
obviously,
that
so
y'all that dumb. I'm
obviously,
not gonna
yeah,
say
so
that we that dumb. No, I don't say that
yeah.
we that dumb. But to a point, it does. You got to attach that because what is black about us? Our hair,
it's just a title, like you said. It's
right?
just
That's
what
what
we
I said. It's just
categorize
a title.
ourselves at.
That's
That's
what I
it.
just said.
So
That's
what's
what I
the
said.
I'm saying, so what's the offensiveness? Because you have
The
to title
offensive
yourself to
is,
something.
is because it's the title, and then you know that we're considered dead and under the court of laws.
That's see,
The only
there
this
you going
this is
defining black. Now you're
I mean
defining black. We
I know,
just
but
said
that's
it's
what they
just a
define as
title.
black.
But
Black
who?
is defined under the court of law as considered dead, bro.
Okay,
You
now
feel me?
But
can I tell you?
that's the
Hold
legal
on, hold on.
ramifications, my brother.
Now can I tell you something? That's the difference between black people and white people. The way we use words, it's clear how we take words and substitute things. It's just a term. You can like you saying a white person
But when
saying
you
black.
use this term when you go to court, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a bad thing.
Thank you. That's all I want. You see, if we can stop practicing bad habits, then we can get away from the
Okay,
bad habits.
what about not going to court?
Exactly. What about not going
What
to
you
court?
mean exactly?
You're right. What about not going
Okay.
to
So
court?
what I'm
But if
saying,
you
I
don't
don't
know,
live my
if you
whole
don't know
life
that,
in
if
court.
you
I
don't
don't
know
live
the
my whole life in court.
me
I
either. I
live
don't
my
live
life.
mine in court
Okay.
either.
So
I'm not talking
what's
about
this?
me and you per se, but we,
Yeah.
us, the majority of us so-called blacks in America, we go through this situation, and this is the reason why they shooting black people down. They're not
The
shooting
reason
down
why they shooting black people down
because they don't
is
shoot
not
down. Listen, let me just. They don't shoot down. You ain't see no Nation of Islam getting shoot down. You don't see
you don't think
so-called Native
nobody in the
Americans.
nation of Islam ever been shot?
No, what I'm saying is you don't see them getting shot down like so-called blacks do. You don't see them getting locked
Okay,
up in things like so-called blacks do.
what you're doing is choosing to categorize people how you feeling. When the Nation of Islam person gets shot, ain't that a black person?
Not necessarily. No, they're
Yeah,
not
it's a
black.
black.
Why
It's
they
a
gonna
black.
be black?
See, there you go. You defining black. You come with a predisposition toward black. Go ahead, Squirt.
I got a lot of brothers I deal with in the Nation of Islam, and a lot of them would say that they are black men. Period. That's how they define themselves as far as the title, not necessarily the legal ramifications. Because I
Yeah.
understand what the brother Huey is saying, and in a court of law, that's different. But we'd have to stand on some different principles to even want to go into a court of law to deal with something like that. You feel me? But as far as
Absolutely.
Yeah.
what we stand on as a people, that's just where the people are right now. That's just literally
All
where we are.
yeah.
Period. We
No,
call
All
Well, I
ourselves.
that
gotta.
is the way you use the language. If you go in a Chinese court, you speak Chinese. When you go
bro,
into American court, you use legalese. But
you
when you're
cannot.
not in court,
Hold on. Well,
Yeah,
I
You
got
but
a
can't.
question
we
for
go
the
to
brother.
court and we speak
I got.
You
American. We speak
can't.
English.
You
We don't
can't
go to court
negate
and
what
use
he's saying.
legalese though, bro. We don't go to
You
court and
can't.
use legalese. When you're not using legalese in your regularized day, you use the English. The same term that you speaking is English. When I'm talking black right now, that's the legalese term. So you can't go
I
utilize
believe you. But
legalese.
you understand you're only speaking legalese when you're in a legal situation.
But you
Yeah, but
can't
if you
negate
try,
Hold
what
on.
he's
Wait.
saying
Wait.
because
Hold
you
on.
live under court. We in this society, we live under court laws every day, whether you in court or not. So you
thank
can't
you, bro.
necessarily negate what he's saying.
But
Yeah,
Now,
bro, because we
when I
operate in
walk
that
up to
system, whether you
you,
support or
but
not, bro. And that's why
when
I
I
say
see
people
you and when I see you and I say, "What's up, black man?" I don't mean all these derogatory things in the dictionary. You know that, right?
bro, I'm not saying you mean derogatory. I'm not arguing none of that. I'm just simply stating that he does have an issue because regardless of if you walk up to me and we in the street or whatever, you're still governed under those court laws in this society. The things you do, like
Okay. And when
it's again.
I'm talking to you right now, there's no
Right.
legal presence here, bro. It's me, you, and the rest of our black family. We don't give a fuck about no judge, gavel, the flags behind them, the
But hold
garment
on.
they wear.
But hold on. Let's pause there because I want to get back to like he was talking about the label thing that we don't need labels. So, and this may sound funny or whatever, but are you saying that we don't need to call ourselves men and women anymore?
bro. That's either here nor there, bro. You can call yourself what you want to call it, bro. But when I'm telling you, we attaching these labels, those derogatory terms to ourselves like that, that is the problem. We as a people, because we'll look at the difference because someone that want to label themselves as a Christian or a Muslim. You look at them different when we all the same, period, bro. And y'all look at difference. You'll look at a woman different than you, but only thing that's really different is just our sexual organs. But pretty much we all the same on the inside and out, man. This is and the one thing about it, this I'm gonna nip this in the bud, bro. Our body is a vessel, bro. We are all the same on the inside. It's the spirit, bro. We are all trapped inside this vessel.
Don't you know white people got a different digestive system than black people? Don't you understand that they hold on, let me say this. Don't you understand they have a different relationship to the geographic nature than black people? You cannot ignore this shit.
Hey, Suave, is that you with that shit on your face? And
Yeah, yo,
what the
that
fuck
background
is that, bro?
dog.
What is that shit on your eyes, bro?
He's
Like, what is that?
Hey, boy.
These my glasses.
So, like, can you see something? Is it like 3D or some shit?
I said the same thing, bro. Is it 3D or what, bro?
No, it ain't 3D, but I can see through it though.
Yeah, because you got the blue
it's
light, you got the
glasses.
light, you got the infrared light. I mean, you know what I'm saying? The little blue light.
Black light, the black light.
Yeah, the black light, bro. You got something going on back there. You got a real nice vibe.
Yeah,
It look pretty
definitely.
cool.
Yeah.
That do look pretty cool, man. You need to plug me with some cool shit like that. Damn,
Yeah,
I
That's
so
thought you
when
was
what's
a,
up.
I thought you was a
blowing on
lame
something
ass
good,
nigga. I thought you was a lame, but you got some
you
cool
absorbing
shit
some
going
real
on.
energy, bro. You got some real energy going on, bro. Real talk, bro. You feel what I'm saying?
That's what's up. I appreciate it, Kings. Both of y'all, real talk.
Listen, I thought that was like some shit like on a loop, just playing the same shit. Then I was like, hold on, this nigga look like he's repeating the same, his mouth moving. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty cool. That's pretty cool. You still whack though, but that's cool though.
I can't wait till this debate come up. I don't know why Solar bullshitting, man. I can't wait to get my second notch under my belt and give you your first legitimate L.
Yo,
Like
do y'all
real
want to
time.
know what this dude want to debate me on? Do y'all really know what he want to debate me on?
Hey, don't do it because they all gonna agree with you. Hold on. What's up, Sister Renee? Welcome the sister to the
Wow.
panel. You could do it.
Listen, this dude wants to debate me. If
Hey
there was
y'all.
more.
What's
Hey,
up,
peace,
Queen?
sister. Peace,
Peace.
sister.
Peace.
Peace.
Just to
Yeah.
introduce everybody, Renee, you know Scorp. And this is the brother Huey with the power to the people. Outside the
Okay.
cube with the dreads. This is our brother Evil Sa, the clown. And of course, you know OJ. Okay, go ahead and make that point, and then we're gonna get back to Renee because I'm pretty sure something caught your ear and made you want to jump on.
Renee knows me.
Yeah.
Thanks you.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
ahead,
Like
big bro. My bad for cutting you off.
No, it's all good, bro. And I'm gonna wrap it up after this in a minute. I gotta wake up early, but yeah, this dude wants to debate me, Suave. He wants to debate me on if if ancient Egypt had more technology than we do today, not just in America but in the world. Like just tell him that's a bad argument and let's not debate that because he's gonna lose that. Damn,
You
look, he's
might
shooting
still
lasers.
lose
I
though.
don't
Yo,
think it's
it looked like
necessarily a
he's shooting
bad
lasers
argument.
out. Hey, yo, hold on. Did y'all just see that swab? Looked like he was shooting lasers out of his eyes. It was like some red shit. Yo,
Nah,
I
that's my
swear to
lighter,
God.
man. I was blazing up, man. Nah.
Yo, that shit looked
Whatever
dope.
you got going
Did
on,
y'all
that
just
thing is
see
dope.
that though?
Yeah, man.
Nobody wasn't watching it. Damn, it was
Hey, let
just
me
me.
ask y'all all
Yeah.
a
So
question on the panel real quick
Suave, you
before
gonna
the young
debate
lady
him?
comes.
Yeah, I'm gonna debate him. Yeah,
Are
I'm gonna
y'all
debate
flat
him.
earthers or
I
y'all
don't
round
think
earthers?
that's necessarily a bad debate because it depends on what you mean by technology.
That
Because
I
nigga
believe
mean
my
technology.
argument is
because
I believe we were more intelligent being in ancient times than we are now. I'm not putting a
Nah, don't
place
move
on
it.
it.
No, don't move it. Don't say
That's
more
what I
intelligent.
hold on,
I
hold
agree with
on, hold
Suave.
on,
I
hold
agree with
on, hold
Suave with
on,
that.
hold
I
on.
agree
That's
with
what I
Suave with that.
said.
I
That's
agree with the
exactly
brother
what I
with that.
said. That's exactly what my argument being on. I said we were more intelligent, and I can make an argument about technology, but I said we were more intelligent beings in ancient times than we are now. We've been dumbed down.
Boy, don't
Yeah.
fuck off because I got those old text messages when you said technology. You ain't say intelligence, so don't
We
fuck around.
spoke on technology, but technology is a sign of intelligence. We
Wow.
spoke on technology. You're gonna talk about technology. You're gonna talk about culture, philosophy, all type of shit. Go ahead, sis.
yeah,
Philosophy.
even just the definition of technology, well, the first part, the application of scientific knowledge for practical purposes. It says, especially in industry. So if you look in terms of building the pyramid, that was taking some type of scientific knowledge to use it for that practical purpose. And they've been yet to be able to rebuild the pyramid. So to me, that's a clear sign of a higher level of knowledge.
Facts.
Yeah, but you gotta understand
And at that time, technology, and then also I just say this real quick, technology, again, I think people think in terms of computers and all that, but you had to have something precede the computers to get to that level of technology. So for the time that they existed, for all the things they created and did, they were very technologically advanced in terms of that. So I think, yeah, it depends on what you call technology.
Yeah, because they using televisions and telephones now. They was using
Right.
telepathic and everything.
That's
just
what I
in
was
our
gonna say.
minds, bro.
Computers is a compensation for the lack of intelligence we had.
yeah,
That's facts.
see the thing is,
I agree with you,
people can
Swamp.
say the thing is people can say all these things that, oh well, we're using smartphones, but back then they had telekinesis. Well, I beg to differ, and unfortunately, when you're talking about a debate, he wouldn't be able to prove any of that. No different than when I talk to these
Yeah.
people. No different than when I talk to these people who believe in a God, and I say, "Well, can you show me any evidence?"
I already explained
Hold
to you that
on,
wouldn't be my argument though.
Wait,
I
hold
already
on,
explained to you.
hold
Yeah.
on,
hold on.
hold on,
See,
hold on.
bro, this is what makes me wonder when you say you was an Israelite. I now ask how deep you went in there, because if you look in the scriptures, let's leave the scriptures out. You can look in the history. Like, we can look at it in science and see the Egyptians had batteries. They had, and then if he researches
Hey,
Flinders
bro, don't
Petrie,
don't don't blow
he's
the
done.
debate for me. Don't blow the debate for me.
He can't do anything that you haven't done already.
Don't blow the debate for me.
Okay, Suave.
There's nothing.
Just holler at me in the back chat, and I'll strengthen your hand. I
Yeah,
give you one
because
Because
person to look
I
up.
gotta
he
say
gonna
this too, bro. You gotta
I give
realize
you
this, right?
one person to look up, and he's done.
he gonna
Hey,
need
so
seven
bro,
seven
outside, you gotta
spades.
realize outside, this is what I heard you say, bro. You said you went through you was a Hebrew Israelite
You're
for
right.
some months. Then you went to whatever you went for some weeks. You
But
went
for
somewhere else for
let me-
some months. You've been an atheist for 3 months, bro. So I'm talking about this last year. You done went through all of these things, bro. You searching, bro.
what
You
no, brother.
lost. You
What no.
confused, and you gotta look within yourself and stop looking outside yourself, bro. I'm gonna get that
What
to
does
you,
that
bro. You
mean?
need to
Look
really
inside
look deep
yourself.
Well,
because you looking
unfortunately,
outside yourself for everything. He can't find his way.
unfortunately,
But what do
He need
you
to find
mean by looking? But what do you mean by
because
looking inside yourself? As
inside
far as
yourself is
God
the
or what have you?
truest everything, bro. You feel me? Ain't no books and none of that gonna tell you what you are. If you looking outside yourself for a creator, you gotta look inside yourself and know that you a creator. You gotta know that you came from your mama and your daddy, and that's your creators. Stop looking around for everything else, bro. Look what's really in truth within yourself.
I
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, I agree with you,
appreciate.
brother. But
I
I
I
appreciate that. But hold on, hold on. Let me get a chance to speak.
wrong reading a couple books and staying sharp on your mind. You
No, ain't
feel
nothing
me?
wrong with reading a couple books, but just know that when you read them books, when we go to jail, we get booked, and then you get sentences. All them sentences that you reading
Wow.
inside them books is the real thing that's got your mind trapped. That's why your mind locked inside them spells, because every time you open them book, ain't nothing but spells in there, and then you go to reading them
What?
spells, and them spells be in your brain, bro.
All
Just
right, brother,
take
What
brother,
he
look.
doing? What
brother.
he doing? Hold on, 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 hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this.
The
What
brother.
he doing? What I'm seeking, what I'm sensing is he just came up on the information. What it is he's right. When you write these words and you spell words, these are
Uh-huh.
spells. It's people like when you used to go to church and then how you write your problems down and bring it on the altar, they pour oil on it. These are spells. This is what, whether you
Yeah,
believe in it or not. But the thing is, we don't transfer our energy that way. You know what I'm saying? Like we get what you saying,
yeah.
but that we
Fl-
don't.
Yeah, we don't, because
To me,
No,
because
don't think
subconsciously,
Hold
this is
on.
what
Let me
they
let
got
me
us doing to
respond real
ourselves,
quick.
though.
Hold on. Wait.
You
Let
got
me
to
respond,
realize.
brother.
So
no.
let
You
me
good.
just
Brother,
say
let
this
me.
real quick.
You, I
Subconsciously, this is what
I
they
was
got us
born
doing
again.
to ourselves, man. They
starting
got
off,
us doing
brother.
this to ourselves
So
all
I
day
understand
in
what you're
school.
Here,
saying.
who we score Nate and Q.
I have a different understanding of what's going on. So I don't give the power to any spells or anything like that, brother. I know the difference between what I'm doing and what someone else is doing. It's comprehension. You
Right.
understand? So I understand what you're saying, but to say not to read a book and a book is going to put you in a spell, that's telling a whole lot of people not to go out and not to research. That's
No,
telling a
no,
whole lot of
I just said stop. I told him to stop looking so much because he looked so much outside of himself that he need to look inside. All the books ain't gonna be able to tell him what's inside of you because what's inside you is the Akashic record. All of everything that's not in the records. Now you can understand comprehension, but if you don't
yeah.
know subconsciously or subliminally what's going on with you with these spells, then it's not doing you no good. Because the smartest motherfucker who reading the books, they was taught what to think and not how to think.
Well, how would anybody find out about a spell if you don't know what a spell is or how it's cast?
Exactly.
You
So
But
have
how
don't
to
many?
you agree?
You're right.
And
Let,
after this, let Renee go and then let Q go. But when you agree that it's a
my
balancing
brother,
on what's
you
in and
can't
what's
tap into
out,
the Akashic record until you know what the Akashic record is, brother.
Mhm.
I'm not trying to downplay what you're saying. I'm just saying that
You
there
good,
are
bro.
ways
You good,
to
bro.
get
You good. I don't
things.
take it kind of way, bro. I don't take it no
I'm
kind of way. I'm
not
learning with you, bro. I'm with you.
or anything like that because you are my brother, you are me, and I am you. What I am saying is that you have to learn about these things. You have to come across this type of knowledge in order to understand it. If you don't come across this knowledge and understand it, then there is nothing. There is nothing that can be accomplished. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir. I agree. I agree with you fully.
That's
Now,
all
now,
I'm
are they gonna teach you this in school? Are they gonna teach you
saying.
that
No,
what you are being
hell
taught is
no. You have
spells?
to do
No,
it on
you
your
have to
own,
learn that for
brother.
yourself.
You
And the
have to
only
do
way, this is how I found out by learning
I
myself.
know
And
that.
then I started looking through the spells of the words, and you start utilizing it, and you start seeing what the words is meaning. See, like we got away from the basics because we were so trying to be so intelligent. We forgot about the basics that they taught us when they was putting together the words when they was spelling compound words and all these other words and everything together, and we just utilize them for what they're saying, like legalese, for example. We
So
just speak because this is what they taught us how to think and how to speak. But if we knew that these words was going against us, would we use the words?
Legalese is nothing but Latin.
the
That's
same
something that
thing
you learn
doctors
in high
prescribe
school.
prescriptions in Latin.
It's Latin. That's the legalese that they use.
it's a less forked tongue. They telling you what they mean. Unlike the
let
American English, it's like a very double standard
It's
tongue.
a
Hold on,
duality.
Q.
let
Renee, you want to say something right quick and then Q?
Um, you can go ahead.
Go ahead,
yeah,
Q.
yeah. Thanks, sister and brother.
Mhm.
I find it damning when you say they taught us, the basics, and then you go on to try to tell us to not get caught up in spells and different things like that. I don't believe in that, brother. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in none of that stuff. Unfortunately, and just to go back to another thing, when you said like, oh, you was an Israelite for 4 months and you was that for 3 months, and then now you're atheist for 2 months. No, brother. I was a Hebrew Israelite for the better part of 4 years. Well, actually, the better part of 5 years.
Okay, well, I'll give you that on
And
the
just
Hebrew
not to say
Israelites,
that,
but
just not to
everything else
seem
that
like
you
I'm
said
trying to
was
argue with you.
everything that you said was 2 weeks, and you said you've been an atheist for 3 months. I was just bringing
Listen,
that
bro.
to the light, bro.
And not
Let's
just
keep
to
it
seem like
straightforward.
I want to argue with you, but that seems to be our thing. But when you say you don't believe in spells, you don't recognize the energy in words, tones.
Well, see, that's the difference because when you're talking about the inflection of a person's voice, if that's what you want to call a spell, I would disagree, and I wouldn't call it a
Oh,
spell because
Floyd, so
No,
you
no, 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 no. I'm talking about just simply using the tongue to dictate energy.
well, see, I don't believe in all that energy shit. Like when
Okay, but this is what I'm saying. You don't recognize that if you talk to a plant gently, it shows better signs than if you talk to a plant
no,
aggressively.
no, I
You
don't.
don't
okay,
understand.
Let
okay.
me let me
How
give them
about
a
put some,
prime
Hold
example
on,
of
I
what a
was in the middle,
spell is.
but I
I
was
would
in the
like to
middle of
put some
saying
money on
something.
this.
But hold on, I was in the middle of saying something. It was my turn to speak. I was
Go
just in the
ahead,
middle.
bro.
Yeah, and my whole thing is I don't believe in all of these spells and look inside yourself to find that you're a god. And I don't believe in the whole God concept. So of course I'm not gonna find God inside myself. I don't believe in a God concept. You know, and you know, it's unfortunate, and that's, you know, like I said, I gave myself the
So
moniker
do
of,
you believe in Satan, bro? I mean, like, are you a Satanism or what? Like, you don't believe in God, so you believe in
No,
the
what he's
devil. So you
saying is he doesn't believe in any of that, either God, Satan,
devil,
the
nothing.
spiritual realm, anything like that.
and
What he's saying is if you
Not, he's
believe,
a knower. He's a knower. Anything he
yeah,
can prove,
yeah.
he can stand on. If he can't
see,
prove it,
and see, you know, he said that
I
earlier,
respect
But
that.
he go wild with that
said,
word belief everywhere. He
but see,
run wild with that word
he
belief.
said that earlier about, you know, atheists are Satanists, and I let him slide with that because it was no big deal. Because people always attack me when I come on channels because it is par for the course for me. But you said that earlier, like, oh, atheists believe in Satanism, and I'm like, no, that's just another God concept that I don't believe in. So I don't believe in
yeah.
any of that
But
stuff.
I think
And
once
that's
again you got to make the clear distinction between white culture and black
But
culture.
but
And
but,
when
but
you think of atheists, hold on, let me say this. And when you think of atheists, it's hard to think of a black atheist. I don't believe you're an atheist. I've proved it. I already said it before. The thing is,
This is
I don't think you mean no harm on my life. I think you try. I think that's the best you could categorize yourself in. But you're not what the people who created atheists meant for atheists to be. You wouldn't be able to fit in that box. Go ahead, Renee. What you about to say?
damn,
yeah,
the
I was
nigga
just gonna
cut me off
say,
to say
why is
something.
Yeah. Just let the sister build. I mean, it's cool. I mean, you replied to it already, though. You know what I'm saying? And you know you could go back up.
Yeah, it's cool, bro. I ain't tripping.
but yeah, I was gonna say, why is it so important for other people to have, and this is rhetorical, but whomever can respond when I'm done. But I noticed that a lot of Bible believers, whether they are Hebrew Israelites, Christians, what have you, it's like, why is it so important that other people believe in God or your God? Like, that's what I don't understand. Because if you're going by the Bible, then you would know salvation is your own. You're not on quote unquote judgment day. You're not going to be judged by another person believing or not believing. You're not going to be judged by whether somebody led a certain lifestyle or not. You're going to be judged on you and your merits and your beliefs according to the Bible. Okay. I'm not a Bible believer, but according to the Bible, this is what it is. So why is it like you all have to kind of push back? Like, you don't believe in God, you don't believe in any God. Like, why is that important if your salvation is
Sa,
your own and
It's
your
Sa, you
spiritual
let
religious,
me
is
right?
your
Sa,
own?
Well,
it's
can I say
let
something real quick?
me let
it's
who
me go
who
go ahead.
religious? Who religious? Sa and OJ, y'all religious?
Yeah, I would say I'm a religious person.
Okay, well,
Yeah, I would
both
say
of
I'm
y'all
religious.
defend. Both of
But
y'all defend
no,
that.
no,
Defend
but
that
no,
shit.
no. This is
but wait, hold
this is
on.
what I'm
What's your
gonna say.
religion? If you don't mind me asking
Let me
before you
talk.
continue, what's your religion? If you don't mind me asking before you continue,
Me,
what's your religion?
if you're
Yeah.
talking to me, I'm more like I'm like a Monday quarterback Israelite. Like I'm like a casual
Oh, okay. Yeah. No
Israelite.
wonder.
Let
No
me
wonder. No wonder you
let
hate so
me
much. I knew
what
it. Thank you
But
for
no,
saying
no,
that.
what
no.
what,
But
what go ahead, bro.
let me talk. Let me talk. So the thing is that black people in general just feel like if you don't agree with their opinion, then you're attacking them. In the same way that Outside the Cube comes on literally everything, and he tries to prove that there's no God. It doesn't matter who's talking. It doesn't matter where it is. It doesn't matter, what the topic is. He's always trying to prove there's no God. And I mean, the same thing happens with, I have friends that are atheists. And the same thing happens. They always make slick remarks like, oh, God didn't do this or whatever. It's the exact same thing. Like black people in general, just like how ABL, he's always, if you guys are familiar with Anthony Brian Logan,
Yeah,
he's
yeah, yeah.
always trying to convert somebody to being a Republican. Just like
I
if
have
you're
to
a
respect that.
feminist, feminists are always
So
trying to
your
convert
stance is
somebody to
that.
be
So you
feminist.
said. So
Hold
your
on,
stance
hold on,
is that it's
wait,
not just
please let me
religious.
respond. Wait, please let me respond, bro. Please
It's
let.
not
Look,
just religion. This is
Hold on. Let's defend
yeah.
it, and you can respond to both of them. But
All
your
right, let me
stance
finish
is
my point.
that basically everybody does that.
Yeah,
Or
all
no,
black
because you
people in
were very
general.
specific.
Go ahead.
Black people, not white people. Black
Yeah,
people, no
Right.
matter
all
what their opinion, they usually have a problem with you if you don't line yourself up with them. Okay, well, I
yeah,
get that.
yes,
Go ahead, so I
they're
defend it.
always doing proselytizing every single whatever they believe in because
Okay,
we
I
don't
got you. I
really
got you. I
have an
got you. I
identity.
got you.
Oh yeah, go
So
ahead.
go ahead, defend it.
So when you say when the sister was saying why do religious people, I guess what she was saying, and she could correct me if I'm wrong, why do religious people try to push their God off on other people? Is basically, is that what you were saying, right?
Yeah, in many ways, yeah. Or even just their discomfort, because I've seen people who are, maybe they are Hebrew Israelites, but there will be people who are Muslim, and they'll be okay with them still to a certain degree because that person has a religion. If you
All right,
understand what I'm saying. But they
I see what
want
you're
to,
saying.
yeah, they push dogma, but I'm saying, like, in general, why does it bother you if a person does not believe in God? Why is that such an issue for you personally?
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Well, for me, it's not an issue. Like, one, I'm an Israelite. I see fully, and I know what's going on around me. Um, there is no, if you are a true Israelite and you comprehend what you studying, the religion is something that was man-made, made up. You can't see in the scripture nowhere where it tells you to follow a religion. See, this is why
Take religion
Q.
out of it. I'll say your culture.
This
'Cause I know Hebrew Israelites say culture. So your culture, or for other people, maybe your spirituality. So you don't have to say religion or use religion. So I'm saying, as your culture, why is it so important for people, some people of your culture, to have an issue with a person if they don't believe in God?
in my I can only speak for me. There, I have no issue with no one. Like, say for instance, Q will come on here and he'll say he's an atheist, and he'll say, as we know, there is no God, and as we can prove this, and I ask him, who is we? As to me, I don't, whatever he does and whatever he gets into, that's him. But I know better. But that's him. That's what he follows. So that's that. Now, I think a lot of people, especially on YouTube in this conscious community, get caught up, and I not only just the conscious community. I think a lot of people get caught up with those Israelites in New York, and they follow Cube himself said he was a part of a camp. I don't agree with a lot of stuff they do because, in my opinion, they do mix religion in with a culture. And that's where a lot of people go astray. I was going to ask the question, how many people on this panel have actually read the scriptures and know or would say they're proficient in what the scriptures say? Because this is the test. That right there will let somebody know, you know what I'm saying? This is like when I ask Cube questions and Cube says, well, I never seen this, well, I didn't get to that. So that lets me know, and know not towards Cube, that he wasn't proficient in the scriptures, or he went off what those camps told him. So that's my whole issue with that. I don't have no problem with Cube not believing in God or nobody not believing in God. So if you run across somebody who got a problem or issue with somebody not believing in God, I submit to you that there's an agenda there. Because if you don't, you believe, you don't, and nobody could do anything. Now, somebody might put
There's an
out,
agenda where? There's an agenda where?
hold
About
on.
what?
No, what I was saying was, if you run across somebody who as you might categorize religious, and they have a problem with somebody who's not religious,
Oh, okay.
and then I submit to you that if they have a problem with somebody that's not religious, there's an agenda there.
Okay.
Now, conversation or pleasant discourse, that's cool. But if you seriously have an issue or a beef with somebody who don't, for lack of better words, believe in what you believe in, then there's an agenda there. And we see this pushed on us all the time by the powers that be, the people in rulership today.
All right, now let me respond real quick, and I wrote down a few things because I want to be able to respond to all of them. But then after that, I'm just gonna go ahead and go to bed. I'm letting y'all know. I'll wait around if somebody want to respond what I gotta say to be respectful. But just to start with the first thing that the brother Sai said, I never said I was part of a camp. I've never ever one time in my life ever been a part of a camp. I've never ever.
Brother, you did not say you was part of IUIC. You followed them the other day on the live, brother. You didn't say that.
Brother, when I said I followed them, the extent was watching their videos.
So you
You
ain't
didn't.
follow
You didn't.
that.
You
Oh,
didn't
well,
specify that the
Let
other
him
day.
do it here.
well, I apologize if you had the misunderstanding, but if I follow somebody on Instagram, does that mean I literally was a part of, you know? So I'm just, hey, listen, I'm just putting it out there. I've never been a part of a camp.
That's
I'm
a
not
false equivalency for the record.
Oh my God, bro. I'm not banging on you about it. I'm just telling you what I've never been a part of. I just wrote these things down so I can address them point by point. That's it. I've never been a part of a camp. I'm sorry if you thought that way, but I've never been that. Now, as far as religion, a lot of Hebrew Israelites say this, and when I was a Hebrew Israelite, I used to say like, nah, I don't have a religion. But the definition of a religion is the belief in and worship of a superhuman control of power, especially a personal god or gods. And the second entry, it says a particular system of faith and worship, and the third entry says a pursuit or interest to which someone ascribes supreme importance. So to say that you do not have a religion or you're not religious, I find that a little bit problematic because you fall into one of those categories of the three
Bruh,
instances.
you're not proficient. You were not proficient in the scriptures. If
Brother,
you gon'
unfortunately for you,
okay,
I did not interrupt you. I let you go and I wrote down everything that you said.
this
I,
go around.
brother, I did not interrupt you, but I'm just telling you, I'm going to sleep, so I just wanted to read this off to respond to it, and then I'll give you a few minutes to anybody who want to respond to me, and I'm going to sleep, bro. Now, that's the definitions of religion, and to say you're not a part of religion, you definitely are a part of religion and you're religious. Now, when it comes to proselytizing, I never ever attempt to proselytize anybody. Now, do I make jokes and I may say like, oh yeah, you keep talking to me, you're gonna be a atheist? Yeah, I've said that a few times, but I never say, hey, talk to me, so come and call me, here's my number so we can have conversations about atheism so I can proselytize you and make you an atheist. I never say that, and that's totally incorrect. And this one is addressing big game Orenthal James when he says I always talk about religion. Well, that's also another thing that's problematic because we can look at all the people that's on the show right now. If any one of them can ever hear me talk about religion tonight, to where especially if I talked about it in a bad light, then I implore them to speak up now because I've never done that. What we did when we first came on, we was actually talking about the show that was actually going on Solomon, and then the transition when more people came on to talk about other things. I never talked about religion, not one time whatsoever. What happened is they started to ask me questions of how I feel about God and the universe and evolution and things of that nature. So I never talked about God on this particular live stream. Neither do I do it on every live stream. And last and not least, when people talk about agendas, I feel like it's a little bit disingenuous because everybody has an agenda. Now, bad agendas, those are things that we should have problems with. But like I always say, we all should have it. As Black people, we don't have an agenda, then we're fighting ourselves. But that's all I got to say about that. If you guys want to take a moment to address what I
All
said,
right, just real quick.
Let me,
Just real quick. I mean, this cuts you right here. You said that you don't even care about winning the debates. You just want to get the information out. That's literally what proselytizing is, getting your information out there in hopes that people convert. Like, come on, dude. You try to use semantics and these word games and try to slip out. Like, just admit it, dude. It's nothing wrong with you wanting to try to make everyone atheist if that's what you believe in, but don't try to act like you better than anyone else because you're trying to say you're not doing that when that's exactly what you're doing.
so let me ask something.
go
Here.
ahead, go ahead, Sal. Yeah, go ahead,
Let
Sal.
me address Q. Q. Well, when I was on this live stream with you the other day, and I'm not trying to be funny. Were you drinking or were you high?
Nah, brother, I do not smoke weed or any drugs.
So when you see now, I'm questioning where are you being dishonest or whatever? Because when you said the last time you was on that live stream, and I specifically asked you, was you part of any camp? And you brought up IUIC. You did not specify. Oh well, I just looked at some videos. No, what did you say?
I
You
said
said
I
you
said I
started
followed
off.
them. I said I started off following them. Yeah, absolutely.
So the onus is not on me to be like, oh well, he must have just looked at some videos. No, you said you follow IUIC,
He
so
asked,
that's what it
was
was
you part
etched
of
in
a camp?
stone. And that's what I asked him. Like, was you ever part of a camp? And you came up with IUIC.
Well,
So the
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So and as far as a religion, or what you saying is religion and the definitions you looking up, you can't. That's just like me going to Africa and looking at something they do, their customs, and saying, "Oh, now they might not look at that as a religion, but here you come with this religion, this title of religion that basically, and if you want to be technical about it, somebody else created that definition for you and put it on people. That's just like me going into Africa saying, okay, look at it, the Dinkas or somebody and saying, oh, that's a religion. And they telling me, no, this is our customs. This is what our code, this is a custom. This ain't no religion. And me, oh, yes, it is. That's a religion. Come on, bro. You can't see you use so-called outside forces information when it's convenient for you, but then you reject it when it's not convenient for you. That's not cool, man. I notice you do that a lot. That's not cool, bro. If you gonna use what their definitions of things, then you gotta use it all. You just can't, bro.
Well,
Don't
hey,
do that.
brother, I'm
Don't do that.
sorry. Hey, listen, man, I'm sorry, and I apologize if you feel like I led you on to think that I was a part of a camp. But I'm clearing it up for you right now, telling you that I wasn't. And if you go back and listen to it again, now hearing the information I'm giving you now, maybe you will think differently when you hear what I said. If you go back and listen to it,
Bro,
but
don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
don't do what? Don't apologize. Like, well, don't do what? Don't clear it up. Don't do what?
We know I know exactly what you said. So don't see. I'm be cool though. I'm be cool, but brother, I'm seeing some deception in you. I'm
But
just saying it
hey,
like that.
Exactly.
hey, listen, man. Like I said, I apologize if that's what you see, brother. But 100%, I can tell you, I was never a part of a camp. If I told you I followed this camp, I'm clearing it up by telling you I followed that camp on YouTube, bro. And that's how I came into understanding myself as a Hebrew Israelite, and now to where I am now is something totally different. So I apologize for if you looked at it as deception. I don't know what more to say to you. I can't, come to you and give you $10 or nothing. Like there's nothing I can do except apologize. And if that's not good enough, if my word is not good enough right now, I don't know what to do for you. There's
All right,
like,
that's all good. You cleared it up. What's
Don't
up, Huey?
apologize. Just be
Hey,
you, bro. Just be you.
hey, Q. So you
hey,
said that you did what you're saying is that you came into knowledge about being a Hebrew from watching them on YouTube.
right, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that's the extent of what they were saying, that you learned from them brothers, and you really never did enough research for yourself because you was just going off what you heard from them brothers. You feel what
No,
I'm saying?
no. That's not the point of their contention. The point of their contention is they thought that I was saying that I was actually a part of the membership, a part of their congregation.
Like he was
That's
officially stamped. Yeah.
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
right.
He was officially
That's
stamped.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
yeah, that's their contention, and I'm telling them that that's not. Even though I may have said it in a way to make them think that, that's not actually what I meant, and that's why I was apologizing to the brother because I don't want him to think that I
That's
was.
what's up. No, you did more than cleared up, man. The brother is saying that you show signs of disingenuousness, and OJ's backing him up. But he's saying if he answered your question in the way that led you to believe that he was actually part of this camp, he apologizes and he want to clear it up. He followed him on YouTube.
Hey, and let me
That's
say
what's
this.
up
Let me say this in closing before I leave, man.
for sure.
IUIC is a pretty good camp. I'm not saying it to like I'm trying to back away from them. Like I wouldn't want to be a part of them if I was Israelite. That's a pretty good camp. They have the best.
Yeah,
They have the best
Let,
discipline. They have like the best things going on for them. So I'm not trying to like sidestep and
do
move.
they condone rape?
No, of course not. They go totally against that. So
let me
well, let me just say this. I gotta go, man, and I appreciate all your. I'm not
And we
saying,
appreciate you joining us, brother.
yeah, I'm not saying that to try to moonwalk away from that camp. I think they're a pretty good camp, but I don't believe in none of that whole belief system of God or none of that. So it just is what it is. Hey, but thanks again, man. Once again, next time I get a chance, I come on and speak with y'all. Everybody appreciate it, sisters, brothers.
For sure.
Nah,
Black Power, bro.
Peace.
let,
Good night, brother.
peace,
I
peace.
just
Black
I
Black
want
Power,
to
Hotep, all that.
I want to address another thing he said about he don't believe in spells and none of that stuff exists or whatever. Now, let me give him a prime example of what a spell is. You know what I'm saying? And I know it's a sister on the panel, but so don't
Is it
take.
okay if I leave? Is it okay if I leave, or you?
Yeah, it's cool. You
Yeah,
Oh,
cool.
go
okay.
ahead, bro.
Do
Okay, peace. Hey, y'all have a good night, man. Peace.
Yeah, please be moderately respectful of the sister.
I know it's a sister on the panel, but don't take no offense to this, but women are very proficient in casting spells. I mean, if you would ask me, I
But
think they're more proficient than men. And let me show you in practical terms, what a spell is. And I'm gonna show you by giving an example of something that happened to me. Now, there was a situation where I have my son's mother. Her brother got involved in some things with another dude, and basically the other dude was, finna give him that business. So she, knowing her brother had no win in that situation, she came to me and she spoke a lie to me to get me to intervene in that situation. The lie she spoke to me was so powerful that when I heard it and when I got involved, I didn't stop to, check the reasoning. What she told me was so left field, I intervened immediately. And that, my friend, in basic form is a spell. She used words which was trickery to lie to me to get me to move. That energy she put out to me got me to move and react in a negative way off a lie. That in simplicity is a spell she cast on me that I later figured out was a spell she used. So spells do exist. People use them every day.
Like I said, I've
can I
always
say
used
something to that?
example. I'm sorry. Yes, sis. Go ahead. Defend the women.
I
But
think
he
what
wasn't really attacking them. He was just giving a view, but definitely defending.
yeah, and I don't mean this in a crazy way. I just how I speak, but that was ridiculous to me. That was ridiculous, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because I don't see how that's any type of spell. You must have cared. You cared for her. You cared for her. And so when she came to you and gave you this story and she, like you said, lied or she added all this stuff to it, but it was your feelings for her that made you go ahead and do what you did. I don't know how that's a spell, but a spell to me more so a proof of that if you want to make a case for it would be her going up to a random man, or somebody random who doesn't have any feelings for her or anything and try to get them to do something. And to me, that would be more of an example. Still wouldn't prove it to me, but it would be more of an example. And I just
Okay.
want to say, I think that with the whole spells thing, like I understand what Swab was saying. You spell a word out and all of that. But I think what happens is in our community, a lot of times, many of us want to make things spooky. So a spell, ooh, is spooky. And there are witches casting spells and things like that, which I just think are ridiculous in a lot of ways.
No,
Well,
I
let me
totally
let me
agree that
respond.
women. Yeah, let me say this, and then OJ, and then we'll let who was that? Simon. I mean, who was that?
Yeah, let me
No,
You
that
want to
was
speak?
respond. Let
that
me
was C. I
respond to
just
that.
wanted
Okay.
to add some
Well,
spells to y'all real quick. I just wanted to give
okay.
y'all
Hold on. Let me break this down. I believe that, like I said, man, when you really understand sales on a level, you understand you're able to take the spookiness out. I know that there's energy in words and tones, kind tones and aggressive tones. And I know that I've seen the studies and I've seen the research. I've seen it all. Y'all can look it up yourself. When people transfer energy into water or a jar of rice, they write love on one jar, hate on the other jar, and the water gets polluted or the rice ages. Plants respond to your, music, playing soothing music, different type of music, stuff like that. But it's a reaction that cells have. And like I said, when you study stuff like that, you're able to take the spookism out. And on the other hand, I believe that women are more connected to the unknown and undefined than men. That's hands down. Like they have that connection. They're able to put spirits inside of babies. Like that's not regular. Like how are they that medium? You know what I'm saying? So it's like I give them props, and I think a lot of times we can take stuff out of context, this and another. But the example that he gave about a woman saying, "Hey, this dude did," yeah, I think that's reactionary. You know what I'm saying? But I think a lot of the times women have the ability to see what's coming, and that makes sometimes comes off as them speaking into existence, but I also believe that they speak things into existence. I'm sorry, I don't know how to prove that, but you know that's just me.
I
Okay,
agree.
OJ,
I
and then
agree.
Can
you
they
you I
still be
mean
coming
Sa,
up?
yeah.
All
Okay, go
right. So
ahead.
real quick. So I mean, I think just the fact that she was able to like she literally manipulated him. That is some kind of that does seem is disingenuous, and it's like someone who will put a spell on someone. But in the dictionary, just to read it, it actually says an ability to control, and this is just from Google. An ability to control or influence people as though one had magical powers over them. And that's exactly what she did. She was like, "Oh, I know he's going to react this way, so I'm going to do
What?
this," and he's going to attack her. And not only that, but it actually says in that the definition, the example says she is afraid that you are waking from her spell. So chicks, I mean, they do have people enchanted and entrapped, and they know what they do. They know what they do. Will have men having a certain level of love for them, where they will do anything.
That's
Bro, I
not a spell,
disagree.
though.
All
I
right,
disagree. Uh,
can I
That's literally
respond
the
to that?
definition.
Let's respond, and then
But
let
go ahead.
he give a couple examples of spells, and then Renee, you could jump on him with both feet.
I'm sorry.
That what he described is a spell. It is the definition of a spell. Now, let me. Okay, I guess I got to clarify some things because and give you some more context. It was not when I intervened. It had nothing to do with me caring for her. In actuality, I despise her. So it had what she told me had nothing to do with her. It had something to do with a family that I did care about. And what was told to me was this guy said he's going to shoot up that family's house. This is why I intervened. I actually despise her. So it was not me caring for her, period. You know, we don't have a good relationship. So, anyway, basically, what I want to point out what he said is a spell. Now, you guys, and I'm not, I'm just basically because I'm reacting off something the sister said about this spookism and stuff. I broke it down in its simplest term. Now, whether Swab Boss wants to agree or not, he was kind of correct when he was talking about the transferring of energy. Now, we can get scientific with it, but I broke it down in its simplest form of what a spell was. I said women more so do it more than men, but everybody does it. So that's all I want to say. It was not my love of her, it was my love of somebody else, which she manipulated the situation and she controlled the outcome with an enchantment. Point blank.
Okay, give us a couple of examples here, and then let Renee respond.
okay. All right. So what I was talking about with the spelling is we all spell. Great. I agree with y'all on that, and I agree that women do operate their spellers more. We all were witches and wizards. Period. You feel me? They taught us how to spell because they knew that we was witches and wizards, anyways. So we was putting letters together, which was spelling, right? So when we speak, all we doing is speaking out spells upon ourselves, subconsciously, subliminally, that we don't even know what the spellage is doing to us, right? So my example of one spelling thing would be when we get up in the rising. I try to say great rising. I don't try to say good morning because the morning something is when we sad over a death or something. You know what I'm saying? So we inviting death into our life. You feel me? When we say hello, you know what I'm saying? It's like hello. It's like we inviting that evil spirit into our body. You feel what I'm saying? And things of that nature. We don't understand these words that we are using because it's putting out spells upon us. You feel what I'm saying? Now, if we utilize the words if we recognize the words that we was using was low frequency words, then we would try to replace them with a high frequency word. Just like brother said, like instead of using death for the rice, you know what I'm saying, or something like that, or love and things like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, when you put love on the glass with the rice, it's gonna make the rice stand strong. But if you put hate, it'll turn black and it'll spoil and rotten away. You feel what I'm saying? So if we knew that we could change these words from a low frequency word and use a higher vibration word, it'll change the energy that we are putting out here on ourselves. You feel what I'm saying? That's what I mean by the spell. You feel what I mean?
I mean, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like for me, I still think it's really ridiculous because if everybody does it, then I don't think it should be something specified as like, oh, well, this person casts a spell. If everybody's doing it, then it's something everybody does. But I feel like it's being made to be spooky and be made to be something else versus somebody telling you something, and because you have care or love or concern for a person, you go ahead and do what you need to do. The other brother, or you feel you should do. The other brother who was talking, who told the original story, okay, you said you despised her, but what did you say? You said you had love for that family. So it was still love or concern or care that motivated you to go do what you did. So at the end of the day, to me, I think that's what it's about. You can say love is a skill or however you want to put it, but love and hate and things like that motivate people to do certain things. I don't think it's anything to do with a spell. Like I'm casting a magic spell on this person. Something precedes that. And in that case, it was that woman telling you what she told you, I guess amping the story up, and it was your love for the family that made you go do what you did, instead of it, in my opinion, being some spell that was cast on you.
Yeah,
So,
because the spell
sister,
was it was the
by
love. The
saying that,
love was the spell. He had an evil reaction to the love that he had for that people. And if you looked at it backwards, the love spell evil backwards, just like live and love. You just like the devil and the
So
devil
let
live.
me ask you a
by that,
question,
by
Huey, and
that,
then we'll
sister.
let Sai go in. Let me ask you a question, though, Huey. Is it the word or is it the intention in the word?
I think it's the intention and the word. You feel what I'm saying? I think it's the intent too. No, I don't definitely, because some people, like when we say good morning or we say bless, we know it say be less, but we mean it in a good kind of
Oh,
intention. But we sending out bad vibes with it though, because we mean a good intention. But I think the word alone is what makes the bad thing happen.
So
You feel
it's
what I'm
sending
saying?
out good vibes, but it's subconsciously planting bad
See,
phrases in your
yeah,
mind.
yeah, because they mean a
Okay.
good thing by it. Even when they tell you
but
good morning, right? They don't mean nothing bad by saying good morning.
right.
They mean have a good day. But if we knew that morning, tomorrow was to be sad over the things that we was doing, we
But
was inviting death into our life. If we knew
okay,
that hello
Okay,
was
let Renee jump in, and then Sai, we going back to you. My bad, Sai. Let
because
me put Renee in.
I did want to say something on that. When you was like mourning and all that. I mean, I hear that, but just like Swab was saying, the word or the intention behind it. Because the person grows up, child will say they grow up and maybe they've heard of mourning, but not necessarily really. But people grow up knowing mourning primarily. Mourning means, in the AM, if you will. And so that's
right.
how
I
people are
understand. That's
using
just
it.
like black
So
and
how is
white.
that casting? If people are using it intentionally to say it's a new day, good morning, how does that cast a spell if they're
Because
not?
they taught us that. We didn't know that it was a spell that we was putting upon us. Just like the
Right.
words
So
that we
when
use. Right. So
so
that's what
morning,
I'm saying.
so morning, so the word morning in and of itself has some spiritual power over it. Because
Yeah.
if a person, does not mean it in that way, they're not even thinking in that realm, and they just say good morning. Because that word is so powerful, just saying that word is gonna make something bad happen.
Yes, because we invite
What?
that into our day. You got to realize that have us operating. This is why
Oh
we
my
as a people
gosh.
operate in such a
I
low
think what he
vibration.
said, we gotta, and then we're
Oh
gonna
my
let Sai go in
gosh.
after that. But we gotta separate the fact that he's speaking conscious and subconscious.
Right. Yeah.
Consciously,
Talk about
they're saying
subconsciously.
something. Subconsciously, they're saying something positive.
Right.
Subconsciously, those words can be
Subconsciously
correlated.
to who?
No,
So
what I'm
who
saying
is
is
this going
consciously.
to? Wait a minute, is this going to God or the Most High? Who is it
No,
going
the
to that
No,
needs
it's
person, the
to
going
person that
to.
serve?
look, no, it's this simple. It's just the person that you're talking to. You're
Right.
putting words like mourn, be less, the other examples he
Hello.
had, and he
Or
believed that subconsciously that puts energy in your subconscious. You gotta
How?
create. It's not like he gonna say good morning and
Because
you're gonna spend the rest of your day mourning. You know what
right.
I'm
okay, so
saying?
that's supposed to happen in your life because however many years or however long ago, somebody made a dictionary and they put these different words in a dictionary. So because somebody came up with the word mourning, meaning after you lose a loved one, and then mourning is used in the AM. So now if anybody says that, it's something bad spiritual that's going to happen.
Yes,
I don't think
No,
when
no.
they
that's
kind of
ridiculous.
listen, let me
It's-
can I
That's
answer the
ridiculous.
question real quick?
oh,
Because you
damn.
got to realize, all right, if they it's just like a what is it called when they doing a rituals, all right, it's just like a ritual. Like me, for instance, right, I get into it with my old lady because I don't want my kids to go trick-or-treating, and she don't see the power in it, right? She don't see no problem with them trick-or-treating because she was raised up that way, right? But if you knew that this was a whole big ritual thing that they got going on, and it's a whole thing with the trick-or-treating, and it's a whole spell with that, and every time somebody say that, that gives that deity or that ritual energy. It gives it life. It's just like when we say Merry Christmas, we giving that life and that energy, our energy, so it blows their world up. This is why
But
they
wait
teach.
a
Saw,
minute.
you want to go back in? Saw, you still want to go in? Saw
Let me
didn't
say this
score.
one
I
thing
want to
real quick.
answer.
Okay,
Let me
say
say
this one thing right quick, and then Saw didn't score.
All right, cool. Just one more thing. It's just like the school system or the weather. Check this out. The weather or the news in the rising, right? When you get up, everybody put their energy into watching the news. And the more people that they can have their mind to see that for the next 7 days that it's gonna be a partly cloudy day, it's gonna rain, it's gonna be a thunderstorm. We giving that energy because we are now accepting it as fact. You feel me? So we giving that energy, we giving that ritual what they didn't put out there, and what they just trying to predict the future. We giving that energy to make it to come to pass, if you will. You feel what I'm
So
saying?
you
Because
never look at the weather? You never look at the weather then?
look, what I'm trying to say is yes, I do. You feel me? But I try to get like a lot of my people who I be doing my channels with, try to get some of the ladies or some of the brothers to do the weather, where we can try to see what they predicted is.
Well,
Because if they
how is it they're
listen,
gonna do the weather differently? So what is it
because
they're gonna do?
it's
How are
about
they
what they're
gonna be able
because
to
the
predict
powers
it?
that be are doing programming, right? Most of the programs are programmed for a week or so out of time. So half the
But
programs
I'm
that you watch on,
asking you, how are you said you're trying to get the brothers and sisters to do the weather. How are they gonna get their weather then? What's gonna
what you
be
mean?
different
Because
about the brothers and
you got to
sisters
see it,
getting the
you got to see it for what you
weather?
want, not because
Then
they're not correct
Okay,
with
so
their
are you
government, right?
insinuating that
you gotta
if we
say it.
start, are you insinuating that if we start doing the weather and we start forecasting it to be bright and sunny, it's gonna be that?
If we can get
And it
enough
won't.
people to give,
How,
if no, what I'm trying to say is if we can get enough people to give it the energy to accept it, yeah, we can start accepting it. Especially if you don't
Oh
look
man.
okay, saw didn't
at the
score.
other news and nothing like that, and give that energy. That's what I
Okay,
would
that's what's up.
think.
Saw didn't score. Go ahead.
All right, let me reply to the sister because she said something very interesting. Now, and obviously she's gonna correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard what she said. So she said basically she perceived it as somebody just told me basically, and I'm paraphrasing, somebody basically told me a lie and got to me to react. She didn't see it as somebody casting a spell or some magic or something on me.
Right.
Well, basically, you believe well, in that answer, you letting me know you believe in magic and spookism. Because if I'm telling you that this is what she did, and Swab pointed out the transference of energy. The brother looked up the definition of a spell, and you saying, no, they just, no, that wasn't magic, that wasn't spookism, that was just something. So you letting me know. So you making the distinction of what magic and spookism is and what a spell is and all that. And the brother told you the definition of a spell. And that's exactly what she did. And you're disagreeing with that and saying, no, that wasn't magic and spookism. So my question would be to you, since that wasn't magic and spookism, what is magic and what is spookism, according to you?
I don't subscribe to that.
So
Do I
why would
think
you say that she didn't cast a spell on me? That wasn't magic, that wasn't spookism. Obviously, you're
because
making a
you
distinction and you know what magic and spookism is.
because okay, so let me answer that. First of all, it was your words. It was your words. You said it was a family you loved and cared about. So that's why I said it was love and concern and care that motivated you to do
He
what you did.
manipulated your love for somebody else.
It was a
Right.
but
Not a spell, not a magic spell where, whoa, go and do this, like you will see
Who
in
had that definition of spell?
it was
like
OJ.
you was
Oh, that was Q.
That was
His
me.
brother who left.
No, that
right.
was
Y'all
So
get
me.
you
OJ.
can
There.
basically
Bring that definition of spell back up. Go ahead, sis.
okay, when I he asked me about magic and all that, when I think in terms of that, I think of somebody who can make something happen strictly by, like you said, a spell, strictly by
Isn't it basically somebody doing something by means which you don't understand?
that. Yeah, yeah.
OJ, let
So
me read that
so you
definition and
can
then let Scorp go in. Go
All
ahead,
right, I'm about to
sir.
read it right now.
Oh,
so
okay, go ahead, Roger.
so your whole argument right there, what if you agree with what Swab Boss just said, your whole argument right there is mute because
No,
she
it's
did
not.
something
No,
I
it's
did
not.
not hold on. She did something I did not understand. She deceitfully told me a lie. So therefore she put me in a state, transference of energy. She put me in a state where I was reacting to something. That's what a spell is.
You
Read that
Now
definition, OJ.
you
if you're
reacted
putting
based on your love for the family.
my
That's what
love for
made
the
you
family
react,
has
not
nothing
just
to
this
do with
woman
what
telling you.
she did.
Yes,
No.
it did.
You mixing something up.
You
My
you
love
even
for
said
the
it
family.
yourself. Do y'all
Hold
remember
on,
hearing him say he actually said one point when he was talking
sis,
that it was the
sis,
family that made him do it. Who else heard him say that? He said
sis.
that.
Yes,
Because
He
now
yes,
you,
said that.
yes.
no. You mixing what I
Did
said up
anybody else hear him
with
say
what I.
that?
Yeah,
Yes,
he said that.
yes.
Thank
Listen,
you.
hold on. Let me get this out. Right
Hold on,
quick.
sis.
OJ, say the definition right quick.
So the definition, inability to control or influence people as though one had magical power over them. And one of the
Is that
synonyms, the first synonym is influence.
is that
Exactly.
spooky?
And
Is that
that's not
spooky?
what
So
that is. Yes, that's
hold on,
spooky. And that's not what that is. She
hold
didn't
on.
make him do something with some magical power. She told lies and amped it up, and because it was he loved the
I
family, he
know,
set
no.
himself.
I agree with you. But they didn't
She
use magic. They
influenced
didn't
me.
use magic in the definition. Say the definition again. The second part kind of throw it off, but say the whole definition.
No, but they said an ability to control or influence people as though one had magical power over
Is
them.
Thank you.
controlling is
Hold on,
controlling is controlling or influencing spooky?
hold on. Let me intervene here because we looking up the definition of a spell.
No, it's not.
So
But magical powers are spooky.
basically, what she
Yeah.
did was put a spell on me. She influenced me to think
Mm.
negatively of a certain situation. So
Scorp,
that
what you
right
gotta say,
there
Scorp?
is a spell.
But you
Period.
didn't know that she was lying. You thought what she was saying was factual,
Exactly.
and you
If I
cared
knew she
about
was
the family, so you acted on behalf of the
hold
family.
on, If I knew she was lying, she wouldn't have been able to put a spell on me. So
Right.
that's why she came and deceived me
Okay,
She
what
with
would you
didn't
that
call it?
lie.
What
spell.
would
Every
you call it?
time.
Okay, Renee, what would you call it? What would you call it? What would you call it? If it's what like okay, it's not a spell because if you looking at spell as magical, and then I want Scorp to go in after your answer if you remember your point, bro. But if
Influence. Remember you
spell is
said that.
but she thinking the spell is magical. So what I'm saying is what would you label that as? What would you call that? What did she do to
Okay, control and influence in the definition. Control and influence are not spooky, but that was not the whole definition. It said as if you had a magical power over that person.
her?
Now,
Yeah.
what
But the,
I think it was
That
that
was just a
happened,
comparison.
I think what would happen, but that's telling you, that's giving you an idea of what they're talking about, as if you had magical powers. But what happened to me in that situation was a woman lied and it was about a family that he loved and cared about, and he acted upon his love and concern for the family, but it was based on her lie. That is
why
not
did I act
that's
on
not
that?
a
Why did
spell.
I
Okay,
act on that?
so hold on. Let me line
You
this up.
cared about the
She
Why?
used
family.
the lie. So hold on. She used the lie to influence him to act upon his feelings for
Right.
her family.
That's
All
Why
right,
did I
that's
act?
what's
Why
up.
did I act on that? Why
Because
did I act on it?
because you
because she
care for
lied to
the
Because
you.
family,
she
and she
used
knew that.
a lie.
She knew you love the family, so
Yeah.
if
But
she
you
said,
dancing, sister, you dancing around the
"I'm
fact that
not
she
dancing
used a
nothing,"
lie.
No, she
She
just said
used
that.
a
She
lie.
used the lie to influence you to do something out of love for the
people,
family.
oh my gosh,
So
people
it's just
lie
like the
every day
brother
to try
said.
to get people to get things that they want to get. She lied to you about
That
a family you cared about, and you acted on behalf of what she told you to believe.
But he
here,
not
here,
saying she
Family
magical.
stuff.
He saying
here,
what you said. He not saying she magical. He's saying that
Okay,
here,
she used a lie to influence him to act on
right.
his feelings for her family. That's what
here,
he's
But that is
saying.
not okay.
here's the
Well, I'm
thing.
just
Here's the
saying, if
deal,
that's what
sister.
you're saying, then I agree with that. But if it's supposed to be a thing of magical
No, no
or
magic.
No, 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 no,
higher
no, no,
No
power
no.
magic.
used, then that's fine. If you want to say
No
it's a
magic.
spell, that's fine. To me, she
Yeah,
just lied to you, put a battery in your back, and you act because you care for the family. That's how I
No, no,
see it.
that's what's
hold up,
up.
sister. See, because you said, look what you just said. You said people lie to get people to do things every day, as if
Right.
that's not people putting spells, casting spells out there every day. The brother just
I
read
don't
the
see that as
definition
casting
of
spells.
what's
I
a
see
spell.
it as lying.
Okay. But you
He's
said like
lying.
some magical or spooky. So basically, in what you said, I don't know if you want to accept it or not. In you
Huh?
giving that distinction between a lie and something magical and spooky, you basically saying you believe in spookism. Because if the brother
What?
said that's a spell,
How does
if
that
the brother
mean I
said,
believe in spookism? How?
but
That don't even make sense what you're saying.
it do make sense because if the
How?
brother gave you the definition of a spell and said that's a spell and that's exactly what she did, and you said no, nah, that ain't no spell. That that's her lying. It ain't magic
The
or spookism. So I'm
definition
asking
said,
you, what is magic and spookism? Since you making the distinction between a spell and magic and spookism, what is magic and spookism?
But she
okay,
making the
so let me,
correlation. Yeah, go ahead, sis. You could, and then let me get to the score.
okay, I'm sorry. In the definition, it said as if they had magical powers, as if they had magical powers. Now, in terms of magical powers, or what I believe is spooky, it's basically like all these things unseen and unknown, and people are saying that that's what made them do something, or that's what controlled them, or this is what made this person do that. Okay, so like in terms of magic, I don't know if somebody puts a spell on somebody that they have to bark like a dog. You know what I'm saying? For the rest, they can't speak anymore. Now forever they
Nah,
have to
you
bark
can't
like
do
a
that.
dog.
That's
To me, that's
that's not
magic.
what's up.
That's
Yeah.
a magic. That's magic because you're able to make somebody do something based upon something unseen. What makes it different about the example you gave was because you loved and cared for the family. So that was your motivation. That's all I'm saying.
So do you
Hey, can I
believe
say
in
something real
magic,
quick?
sister?
Spell.
Do
Can I
you
say
Hold
believe
on.
something
Let
real
in
me
quick?
go
magic?
to square. Let me go to square. Let me clear this. Let me
All
go to
right.
square. Scorpion. Oh, brother must have stepped away. Okay, go say what you got to say on Jay and the inside.
Oh, I was
I
gonna
was
say
just
like if
saying.
Oh, okay. My bad.
oh,
Square
go
back.
ahead,
There
brother.
you go.
Go
What's
ahead.
good, God?
No, y'all do your thing. Come back to me real quick.
Okay, go ahead, OJ. Then inside. Then I'll say something.
Oh, I was gonna say if you're familiar with neuro linguistic programming, which it's certain certain people that say it doesn't work. It's a lot of people that say it does work. And what it is in certain instances where like if you like let's say you say something and it makes someone feel some way and you touch them at the same time and you do that however many times, if you touch suppose like what it says is that if you touch them, it'll basically condition them to feel that way that you made them feel when you said something, similar to how if you're familiar with Pavlov's dog, with the Pavlov's dog conditioning. So I mean that if you wanted to take it that way, that even is a form of spells. Or if you're familiar with the guy named Derek Brown, he does like magic tricks with neuro linguistic programming, where like it's disputes on whether it's real or not.
Yeah,
But
well, let me say this and then let Saw go in because this got relations. I don't know what it's called. I didn't know about them studies, But I always tell my girl, don't touch me when we arguing and when we because it has a subconscious. I recognize the conscious and subconscious. And it's like now that we see the definition of a spell, spell is not spooky. Spell only means influencing and controlling somebody as if it's magical, making a clear distinction that it's not magical, as if. So what I'm saying is that
Okay.
we've been shown in history, like I call energy drinks magic potions. We've been shown in history like the over exaggeration of shit. You know, you got the little concoction and it's smoking and sparking. But if you drink an energy drink, you was once tired and now you're not. What is that? That's a cellular reaction, but you don't understand it as if it's magical. So I call them magical potions. I don't put it's not spooky, it's literal to me. Cause that if you're tired, go to sleep. You understand what I'm saying? Like that, you drinking that potion had a chemical reaction in your body, and now here you are again. So, like I said, but women, I believe, are magical. Let's look at that definition of magical, OJ. I think
Oh my
is not
gosh.
like you know, but this. Let me
Hey,
explain
hey,
myself. Let me
actually,
explain
that's what I
myself.
want to touch on, man. I want to read off.
And then let's get you gonna jump on that with both feet, okay? Because what I'm saying is this: a woman doesn't have to touch you, and she can redirect the flow of blood in your body. You have to explain it to me. Women take your germ, turn it into a life form, and then put a whole nother person starts existence over. That's magical to me, and I don't want to take the term out of out of definition. So if you could get that in the score, go ahead and say what you're saying.
Oh no, I wasn't saying nothing. I just want to give y'all the etymology of the word magic,
Let's go.
so so everybody get a little general concept of the history of the word. All right, so magic noun, late 14th century, art of influencing events and producing marvels using hidden natural forces. From Old French, magique. Oh man, fuck. Oh damn, my bad. I thought I got kicked off the line. My bad. All right, magic, magic, magical. From late Latin, magis, sorcery, magic. From Greek, magic, presumably with art. Feminine, magikos, magical. From magos, one of the members of learned and priestly class. From Old Persian, magush, which is possibly from pi root mag, to be able to have power. That's all I had to say. I just wanted to give the etymology on that. And
Thank
then
you, brother,
y'all
for
do the
bringing
same.
some intelligence into the conversation because like I said, I'm clearly going off, how I see things. But to
No,
me, that's
that's
kind of
literally what you said lines up. If you listen to the definition, it's the same thing. Because it's a hidden force that only women possess. Clearly, I
What?
can't make. I can help make a baby, but I can't actually go through that process.
But
Into
yeah.
no
which
baby can be made unless it has your sperm.
I
You make
agree.
a baby.
Yeah.
I can't sit
That's
here and just
I'm
say,
not
"Oh, I'm
saying
gonna
that,
make me a baby."
but
But
I
isn't
need
it? But
something from
isn't
you.
but isn't this
the
what's
only
right?
thing I'm advised
He's recognizing
is
your
my
greatness and
fluid.
you's recognizing his. That's how things supposed to be. It's not supposed to be the man putting the man on the pedestal. The woman's supposed to put the man on the pedestal. The man is supposed to put the woman on the pedestal. So
Right. I feel
we
you.
recognize your greatness and you recognize ours. But the what I'm saying and like I said, we have to have the freedom to study this stuff. When is life? Is life in sperm? Because it does live and move and shit. So is the
Yes.
life
Yes.
actually in the sperm?
Yes.
I
Life
think
is
so.
in sperm.
Yeah, that's a form of life. Like you said, it's a form of life.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy because like I just had that debate. I was talking about babies being born with intelligence. That you know, looking into that stuff, man, would change. It puts stuff into perspective for you. When
Uh-huh.
you're looking at what goes on as far as the process of making another person, man, that is awesome, man. Y'all should check that out. Okay, who got something to say?
I
Who
also asked
arguing?
the sister. She brought up an example about how, like, I guess somebody making somebody bark like a dog. Like she was saying, basically that was magic. And I was just gonna ask her, do she believe like people can use some type of magic to make people bark like dogs? And the way she was putting it, do you believe in that type of magic?
No, I don't.
Oh,
Hey,
okay.
if you got money, you can make some. You can make some people bark like a dog.
Damn, you fucked me up.
Well, that ain't even matter because there's why they controlling them and influencing them out in that situation. Shit,
So what I'm
what it be is when it don't make sense. Like, but
what
why
I'm
would you do that though?
Right.
what I'm saying
Yeah,
is like,
that's a good
okay,
point when it doesn't make sense.
what I'm saying is just like how the brother he kind of read off the etymology
Etymology.
of the word magic, and he was like basically saying one of the definitions was for some unseen natural force. And this goes, and I think a lot of people get confused in that. You go back and look at the word alchemy, and basically
Mm-hmm.
what was going on with that was the people invading when you go into Kemet, they didn't understand. They saw that the commissions knew how to take lead and make gold. Now, this is something you can look up, Suave, because you got a debate coming up with dude, and you saying about the intelligence, and if you want, I'll send you the information. This was true. Now,
Yeah.
most today will look at it and say, no, that's not true. But it was an African scientist who proved that you can turn lead into gold. And I don't know if the brother gonna watch this, but I'm gonna just go ahead and tell you, all you have to do, because when you look at the periodic table and look at the different letters of number 3, 6, 7, whatever, and I'm just making up some numbers because I don't know them off the top of my head. Number 3, 6, 7, that's the number for iron. Number 3, 6, 7, that's the number for lithium, and on and on and on. So-called black science who came along, and I'll send you the information, who came along and he surpassed the dude Albert Einstein, because they give Albert Einstein so much credit for shit. But they were the so-called white people were amazed that this black scientist came along, and this is recent history. This is only maybe about 4 years ago. He came along and he far surpassed Albert Einstein, and he showed the only thing you have to do, you take any metal, and all you have to do is add hydrogen to that metal, because once you take a metal and make it to another metal, it's adding hydrogen. It's all about the hydrogen molecules that's in that metal. So, like, steel might have 6 hydrogen molecules, and uranium might have 45 hydrogen molecules. So he was like, all you do is add more hydrogen, and it transfers that metal to another metal, and basically goes up till you get to precious metals, until you get to other shit. So basically,
So why more people got all kinds of gold if it's
hold on. This is where Suave Boss will win the argument that we had a higher uh intellect back in the day. See, today we are relearning what we already knew that we've been stripped
Fact,
of,
we're
and
waiting on white people to learn
I agree
so
what
with
we
we
can
that.
learn
been knew
basically, because
and then teach it back to us. Yeah.
we're
Right,
under
I agree with
their
that.
rulership. We're under their rulership, so we have to let them discover what we already knew and teach it back to us. Remember, England was the last people to get civilized. I mean, so many people tried to come civilized. The Romans they were the ones that were successful in civilizing them. They were the
Mm-hmm.
last people to get civilized. So what I'm saying is, this is a natural force. Hydrogen and all this is a natural force that's like, to a lot of people, is an unseen force. But these commissions, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't only commissions, because back then you had Kemet had a relationship, regardless of whatever people say, with what we call the Middle East now. And remember, Kemet is only a satellite of Ethiopia. So this is a knowledge that was around the world that we had. I mean, this is an unseen force, like the brother said about
Yeah.
what was magic. This was an unseen force that they were experts in
I had
utilizing to
just
make
told
gold.
Scorp that Egypt was a satellite. But what I'm saying is, when you look at the cells in the body, Cells can be skin, they can turn to bone. Your bone can be your heart could be your eyes. These cells have the intelligence to take shape. So what I'm saying is when you see cellular reaction, the reaction of atoms is that like it's unseen to your eye, but if you study it, it all makes sense. But like I say, they done dumbed us down. But we see it on other when you removing one atom and replacing it with another causes something else. It's just having the means to do that. And I believe that, yeah, it was more of a general knowledge back then, you know.
These are knowledges we had that we lost for whatever reason, and I think, just as my personal opinion, we got to the point where we were corrupt in this, just like how we see in these so-called ruling class being corrupted and dividing amongst themselves now. I think we went through that. So yeah, I mean,
I think
Swab,
we went through
if you don't win that debate, Swab, I don't, man, look.
I don't know.
You
It's
better
gonna
win
kind
that
of be
debate.
hard though. I think it's gonna be hard just because it's like even if Egyptians had a way more stuff than us, like it's almost no way to prove it. I mean, you can prove some stuff, but I mean,
Whoa.
like you can't prove like they were doing like crazy surgeries. Like you can prove that they was doing some kind of like maybe relieving pressure on the brain, but you can't prove that they could like swap somebody's heart out or swap somebody's kidneys or something. So I
Well,
think even if they were doing that, which I don't even doubt that they could, that anybody in ancient times could actually do stuff like that. I mean, obviously like I said, there's not really that much proof, but I think it's going to be hard just because it's so much stuff. Like literally,
It's
like
hard
now,
not would be
hold on.
hard not to say that it was possible, mainly because of the surgical precision that they use with everything that they did.
Look, check
no,
it.
I see what
I
you're
know
saying,
what
but
I say is
that's kind
they
of a
got
jump.
they got surgical tools. They got illustrations of surgeries being done on the wall. They also don't know how they got certain organs out,
This,
or
this,
like
check it,
they don't
Swab
know how
boss.
they did like 70% of the shit that they was
Like, and the
doing.
thing, because the thing is, just because, like, cause I feel you, but just because because they made the pyramids, like somebody can say, like, oh, just because they made the pyramids, that doesn't mean they're good at this. Because, like, Ben Carson is like literally like one of the best brain surgeons ever in history, but he's the leader of HUD right now, and people are like, well, just
He's
because
the
he's a brain
dumbest
surgeon
black. Yeah,
doesn't
he's
mean
stupid.
doesn't mean he can be doesn't mean he has accurate information on how a program like HUD should run.
Check
So
this out.
I agree with you, but I
Firstly,
kind of I kind of think it would be hard. I don't know though.
check this out, Swab boss. Now you gonna have to deal with the scriptures and you go into this because the scriptures let you know, and I'm not saying Kemet or nobody else let people know. Like I tell people all the time, you can't go in the scriptures in one spot and find where the scriptures tell you this knowledge was not known to anybody else. But what I'm saying is, just like it said, I believe it's the Songs of Solomon, there's nothing new under the sun. Everything that is, was, or will be. Yah requires that which has passed. So what am I getting at here? All you have to do, like when the brother said it's going to be hard, and he brought up, the surgeries and all that. White people know, the Caucasian knows about. They went in those pyramids and they found laboratories. All you have to do is look up Flinders Petrie. He that's the one. See, when a
Oh
Caucasian
shit.
goes, when a Caucasian goes and he does archaeology work and all that, basically he'll find something. They won't know how this thing works. So the one who figures out how it works, they will give him the credit for it, and they might name it after him, whatever. But Flinders Petrie went in those pyramids and he found laboratories in there. He found all the stuff you see now, the vials, the needles, all that. This is nothing new. This is old information. So look up Flinders Petrie, and he'll tell you himself. This is a white dude. Uh, he'll tell you himself what he found, and they know this already. All this is a repeat. What we going through is a repeat. Now, just like DNA, man knew the scriptures tell you about DNA. Even Kemet tells you about DNA. When you look at the staff with the two snakes wrapped around it, I think it's called the caducus or Seleucus or whatever. That is DNA. But now they'll give it to Elsie Franklin, or that white woman from she's a British Jew. They'll give her the credit when you look it up, or Fischel Levine, another Jew, Russian Jew. But the scriptures tell you about the seed. Do not mix, and then you go with Moses when he had the staff with the snake wrapped around it. And I mean, we knew this. This is what
we knew. What we knew about the.
We knew about DNA. We knew about.
Okay. But
we know about microscopic organisms and stuff.
But you're trying to use the Bible. You're trying to use the Bible to prove that.
I'm using the Bible and I'm using Kemet. They knew about these technologies. This is nothing new. This is a repeat. They knew about these It's all right there in these scriptures on the walls. It's a story that's being told. And most people look at these stories and they don't have the comprehension that they had back then. So they interpret it different ways.
So everything that happened in the Bible is correct?
Well, the Bible, now, me personally, I deal with the Torah. Now, I'm Torah.
He knowing some bull.
Hold on.
He finna dance his dance, but he knows. So go ahead. Defend your shit, man.
No. Now, if you looking at the King James Version Bible today, obviously, a lot of stuff has been tampered with in there. I'm not saying the whole Bible is not correct, but there are some things that have been tampered with in there. So I don't throw the King James out.
Trust the rest of the Bible?
What I'm saying is, if you don't have the comprehension to understand, see, most people don't even know what the Bible is. They don't know where it come from, what it is. All they think is they got off a slave ship and a white man put the Bible in their hand and said, "This is your God now." No.
No, just really quickly, just to point something out. Remember, I said earlier that people always like if they have a problem with something or whatever, they're going to be proselytizing whatever they believe in. Earlier, Renee said she doesn't believe in the Bible. Now he just pointed something out, and she immediately discredited it because she doesn't believe in the Bible. Mm-hmm. She immediately challenged the Bible. So that's the point I'm making. Like she's like, I don't believe in the Bible, so I don't care. I'm
hold on, OJ. Is that a black thing though? White people don't do that, fam?
What?
Huh? What?
White people argue about doctrines, but they
ultimately no. White people don't. They don't. How do you think black people know about religion? How do you think black people know about religion?
No, I'm not saying about religion. I'm saying about stuff they believe in. Like this could because black people, we really don't have an agenda. So our agenda becomes whatever we believe in. Whereas white people, like they say, Republican or Democrat, they still believe in one goal, that you should be subjugated and that white people should have everything. So regardless if they believe in feminism.
Okay, but they still got that divisions on the look, they riding in the streets. They beating the shit out of each other all over the world.
But what you're saying is not comparative to what I was saying. I talked about why do people care if your salvation is your own? Why do they get so hung up on other people who don't believe in God? We're just having a conversation about this. And what he was trying to bring forth, I guess, is some type of proof or what have you, is from the Bible, and I just don't subscribe to that. So
I know, and I was just pointing that out. And you're basically trying to disprove it.
Let me ask you this. So basically, in a nutshell, what you're saying, there is no science, no mathematics, or none of that in the Bible. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that. I'm asking you, is the Bible true? No.
Okay. So when you saying is the Bible true?
Go ahead.
The Bible is, you correct. The Bible is full of allegories, parables, knots, and riddles that you have to figure out. No, hold on.
That's right. Plenty of lies.
Hold on. The Bible is full of allegories, parables, riddles, history. You have to figure it out. The scriptures clearly tell you.
Why do you have to figure out the Bible? That don't make any sense. Why would you have to figure it out?
Because you have to use, sister.
So let me ask you this.
The scriptures tell you my people are lost for lack of knowledge.
But people are not intelligent enough to decipher that.
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Who
The
says
scripture
everybody's
clearly.
intelligent enough to break down parables and all that?
Hold
Who
on,
said
hold on,
anyone's
sister.
intelligent enough to do that?
Hold on, sister. The scriptures clearly tell you, my people are lost for lack of knowledge. They have rejected knowledge. Therefore, I shall reject them. So the scriptures are made for you to use your brain. You have a brain. You have been
Why does
giving this
why does
intelligence.
that doesn't make any sense? If
How
so
does it
there's
not
this
make
book.
sense?
I'm gonna tell you how. There's this book that this is supposed to be the whole key to life, every creation, all creation. This is supposed to be the book that all of that is compounded from this book. Okay, explaining all of that, telling you, I guess, how you supposed to live and this, that, and the other. Now, if that's the case, why does it have to be something that needs to be deciphered? If this is
Look,
something, let me just finish this. If why does it need to be something that's deciphered? Why does there need to be parables and the person got to try to figure out what's real and what's fake in there? What is used as allegory versus what is supposed to be just factual? And the person is supposed to determine that. Who's to say everybody has the quote unquote intelligence to do that or has the ability to do that? And then furthermore, like, okay, go ahead. I'll let you get that first before I pile on some more. I added a lot more, but go ahead.
all right, let me say this. Let me say this, because now I'm
break that down. Who's to say people are intelligent enough, so to speak, to break down these parables in the Bible and all this kind of stuff?
okay. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna give you the simplicity of the Bible, and you could go into the not so simplistic. So the scriptures tell you a man shouldn't lay with another man's wife. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay, the scripture also tells you man should not lay with man like he lays with woman, and woman should not lay with woman like she lays with man. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So this is very plain. This is something plain and simple, basic for anybody to comprehend who
But
has
there's way
comprehension.
more in the Bible than
Now,
that.
once you pretty much learn that and you go on to a higher level, basically when you get into the parables and the knots and the riddles that you have to use intelligence to figure out, these are things basically what it's telling you how to perfect your inner self. See, the brothers was talking about earlier about
Who's to say
using your
people can determine that? Who's to say somebody can determine that?
hold on. Well, if you
Okay, look, let me ask you this, Si. Does that Bible do more help or more harm?
are you asking for basically our people, or what are you saying?
Does that Bible do more hate or more help or more harm?
Well, I'll put you like this. If most people would actually read it, and if they don't understand something, ask somebody who they think is knowledgeable of it, what is this? Then it would do more help.
Okay.
It would do
I
more
want you to
help.
answer my question, but
The
I want to
problem.
react to that.
It do more help.
I
It do
want to
more help, bro.
respond. It do more help.
Yep.
The Bible has done more help than harm.
Yes.
That's not a historical fact. Okay, and then
Well,
when you
all you have
deal
to do
with
is look at the black community, and whether I'm a Christian or not,
huh?
what organizations in the black community has the most success? Christian
Okay, now
organizations.
understand this.
Whether
What
that's
okay,
good or
now
bad.
listen. Okay. What do you define as success?
Right.
Or they own property. They don't know. No, hold on. Let me state this before I keep going in. I'm not necessarily agreeing with what Christians do, but I'm just simply stating to you that they use something out of that book to amass wealth, property.
Yeah, okay, there
I'm
you
telling
go.
you,
There you
to
go.
amass wealth,
They're
property.
using people's fright. They're using people's fright. They're using people being scared. Because that's
Did
the thing too. In my opinion, I'm gonna just keep it a buck. In my
Mm,
opinion, most biblical believers, I ain't gonna say all, but I'm definitely gonna say most, they are into this because they're scared. They're doing it in fear. It's not because they love the Most High or whomever so much. They love Jesus or they love God so much. they're doing it out of fear. It's not genuine love.
And I
They're
tell you this,
scared. They're scared that if they don't do these certain things, or if they don't repent, or they don't accept Jesus Christ as personal
they're
savior, or they
doing
don't
it because
they
of
don't
a
keep it.
reward punishment system, and they
But they're
gain.
scared. They're scared that if they die, they're gonna go to hell. So they're doing all of this out of fear, not out of love, not out of loyalty.
And they gain
Hey,
those properties not because of what's in the Bible, but what's out of the Bible. They're 501c3. A lot of these people, even the church, like Minister Howell says, his people came together in front of that. That's not in the Bible. So what I'm telling you is that,
hold on, brother.
okay, hold on. I
So
got you. Let me say this though. So what I'm telling you is that without that Bible, these same things can be accomplished. You're only making this statement about it because in comparison to where we are, what it is a play on our ignorance. And you admitted that you have laws like don't sleep with a man if you're a man. That's common sense. That's something that we're born with. That's not a magical, it's not holy, it's none of that. Then you say once you get up to the parables and stuff like that, people of a certain intelligence. That right there lets me know you're playing on people's ignorance because you're using words to confuse people. Because people who actually do get into the Bible and study it, like a few of the brothers and sisters, they know what these terms mean. They've searched up the etymology of the word. They searched up the Hebrew. What's that? Deuteronomy 28. When it says you shall be sailed or brought back into Egypt on ship, and you will sell yourself to your enemies. That's not right and exact. That's not right and exact. And people who study the Bible and
how
find
is
these,
that not right and exact? Now I'm gonna put you on the spot with this one. How is that not right and exact?
because when you look at the scripts that you get these terms from, that's not what that verse says. If you go to the Codex Sinaiticus, you can bring it up right now. I'll bring it up right now.
I know what it
Okay.
means.
If you
I know
go to the
exactly what it
Codex
means.
if you go to the Codex Sinaiticus and you go through the script and you look up Deuteronomy 28:68,
Bro, I know exactly what that scripture means, and I know what it's
is
saying
what
behind what the being brought into
what
Egypt,
what does the Codex Sinaiticus say?
brother. When it says you shall be brought into Egypt
Hold
again,
on. Okay, now let me say
hold on,
this.
hold
The
on.
Codex Sinaiticus says nothing about boats or Egypt or slaves. It says nothing about that.
Bro. I know. Listen. When the scripture tells you you shall be brought into Egypt again, Egypt is another word. They use the word Egypt there, but
I
the scripture
understand that point.
in
What
its
you're
pure
saying,
form is telling you you
I
shall be brought into
I
bondage.
understand, brother. I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is the script don't say that. I understand that you said if somebody said the words, you would be brought into Egypt or ship. Okay, I'm saying the Bible misinterpreted purposely from the original script to the King James Bible, the Queen's Bible, all these other. They
And
miss.
how did you come to understand that, brother? You
I
had
looked
to
up the.
use your
I
brain.
looked up the code.
Exactly.
I looked up the Codex. I looked up the Codex Sinaiticus, and I looked up the
Exactly.
terminology myself. But my clear beginning of this was being involved in it and knowing it's not right. I mean, wherever you want to start the game at, it don't matter. But what I'm saying is that that book
Hey,
is
could
the
you put
good.
So look. So
What you say, bro?
you said man laying with man is common sense, right?
that?
Man should not. You
Yes,
said
it
man
is.
should not lay with man is common sense, right?
Yes.
So how do you explain what's going on with African Bambaataa and them up there right now? How do you
That's
explain
a
that?
learned. That's a learned behavior.
Just because it's common sense doesn't mean that people don't violate common sense. People violate
Exactly.
common sense
That's my
every day.
point.
So
That's my
Hey,
point.
and I
Okay,
Exactly.
but
your
brother,
point, wait. You said that's your point. That's your point. What?
That's my point exactly. The scripture
Huh?
clearly lays out to you. I'm gonna tell you. The scripture clearly lays out to you punishment for violating what's unnatural. Clearly lays that out to you. It
What?
tells you what is
and what's the
natural and what's
punishment? Now
not.
let me do this with you. What's the punishment?
So you don't. So let me get
What's
this
the
clear.
What's
punishment?
the
I don't want to
punishment?
dance. I don't want to dance. I just want to have a conversation. What's the punishment?
Okay. Well, first of all,
Is the
sodomites
punishment
catch.
death?
Hold on. Sodomites catch more diseases than anybody else. Period. That's just facts. When you participate in this homosexual lifestyle, this is a behavior that can be passed down to your generations. That's the punishment.
Okay. Okay.
Homosexuality does not produce life. Homosexuality does not produce life. So therefore, you killing your seed, erasing yourself off the planet.
I
Right,
agree.
but
That's
how
the
is that a
punishment. I agree.
punishment?
I agree that that's
Yeah,
the punishment.
I agree, but that's not spooky.
But that don't have nothing to do with
That is
faith.
not spooky.
That happens to you
Why?
no matter what you believe
That
in.
has
Why do
nothing
you?
to do with the
Hey,
Bible. That has
Hold
nothing to do with the Bible.
on, hold on. Didn't I not tell y'all earlier? You can't go in that Bible and find one point, one law in there where the Bible says this is exclusively to the Bible. Nobody else in the world knew about this. I challenge any one of y'all to go in there and find these are universal laws. The Bible is nothing more than a history book and a motherfucking instruction book that's been compiled to instruct a certain people. Even the people Israel themselves. Why would they
Okay.
tell you? Okay, let me say this and I'm gonna let it go.
Go ahead, bro.
Now
If it's
this is telling on the people of Israel. Why would it tell the people of Israel not to lay with animals if they weren't doing that shit? It's a lot of stuff in there where even it shows you the Israelites themselves were not perfect, but it's telling you universal laws, what's gonna happen if you do certain things. That's
but
all it
see,
is.
that's not spooky
Where's the
though.
spook?
That's not spooky.
That's my point exactly.
No,
So
no, the
why do you
spooky
keep?
part. No, the spooky part is like some people say. Some people say the God is up in the sky or something. The Most High, the sky is gonna crack 100,000 or whatever. Angels is gonna come down and all this. That's spooky. You talk about
You
homosexuals
breaking up,
or
she
sis.
breaking
Hey,
up. She
sister, you
breaking up
breaking
bad.
up. Breaking up.
dang. Okay.
Hey, y'all mute. Y'all mute. Well, y'all mute while they talk, because sometimes that distorts it.
Go ahead. We can hear you now, sis.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I was saying, that's not spooky though. Like the thing about the crack in the sky and 100,000 angels or whatever the case may be, and all of that kind of stuff, that's spooky. But if you talk about homosexuals getting more diseases, there's nothing spooky about that. That's true. That's sexual. The anus is not a vagina. The anus is to dispel waste from your body. And trying to use it like that, it causes disease, sickness, issues with that person, with the all kinds of things. But that's medical. That's biological. That's not it's not religion. Well, I know you don't say religious, but it's not spooky. Is what I'm saying. It's medical. It's biological. If you do A, B will happen. If you do A, B is likely to happen. That's all it is.
This is what I'm getting from you, sister. And this is not a shot at you or nothing like that. What I'm getting is some of the things in the scriptures that you don't understand, some people may have interpreted as spooky, and you going off what they interpreted as spooky. And now none of this stuff in the scripture is spooky. As I told the brothers earlier, the creator point blank told people that he doesn't crack the sky or nothing. He's gonna address you in you. You are part of him, so he addresses you and he talks to you in you. You don't have to look outside to find the creator. He's telling you the whole time, get wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and perfect your soul. That's what he's telling you.
But see, this is you did is exactly what I'm talking about. This is one of my problems with Bible and religion or culture or however people want to put it. Just as what you were saying, you have a ton of other people who say the sky is going to crack and 100,000 some angels are going to come down. Okay, you have a ton of other people. There are tons of different denominations, all under one book. And you were speaking earlier when I kept asking about what if a person doesn't have the intelligence, so to speak, to break down these terrible things. You mentioned that they can ask somebody else. See, there's the problem. Because one of the first things a lot of Bible believers will say is you have to read the Bible for yourself. You have to have your own interpretation. So if everybody can have their own interpretation, how can somebody else say something is wrong or somebody else's interpretation is wrong? If everybody's entitled to their own interpretation of the Bible, then what is there?
Who told you everybody's a seed? And this is what I said earlier about a lot of it.
Suave knows me well. Nobody haven't told me anything. I am very intelligent. I do all my own thinking. All my own thinking.
And
So
this is
no,
what
I'm not
yeah, she
saying that.
absolutely is. But this is what I'm saying. Just like you said, the Bible tell you seek knowledge and understanding. Also tell you lean not up on your own understanding. Everything that you go and I could go and grab something that contradict that. And this
Hold
is the
on, hold
example
on,
that
hold
I
on.
gave. Okay,
Go
I'll
ahead,
hold
bro.
on right
Go
after
ahead,
this.
bro.
This
Go
is
ahead,
the
bro. Go
example that
ahead.
I gave. If you would pay attention to the screen right here, this is the excuse me. This is the Codex Sinaiticus. This is Deuteronomy right here. You see this line right here? Check this out. If you look at the Hebrew writing, at the Greek writing, because there's no Hebrew writing. If you look at the Greek writing, this is not what that says. That Deuteronomy 28:68 that you have starts off with the word Kai, Kai. That was placed there. That whole thing. Now let me show you what I'm saying. Watch this. Let me click it. I think I gotta click. Okay. Let me translate this to English.
Did you not hear me when I said I agree with you? That wasn't what it said, bro. But go ahead,
Yeah,
go ahead. I'm
yeah,
listening.
okay. Deuteronomy 28:68. What you tried to say is you that it didn't mean what it said word for word. That it spoke of Egypt and it spoke of
Go
both and it spoke of
go ahead,
selling
bro.
yourself.
I didn't
Okay.
say nothing about boats. You said that. But go ahead, bro.
No, the Bible said that. All right. So this right here, Sesta there per equus you and children and child skies and qua este. None of this. This means enemy. This word right here, ectros. You could look this stuff up. You can't translate all of this stuff completely back under like Google Translate, but if you look it up word for word, it says nothing about selling yourself to your enemies, going back into Egypt, none of that. That was purposely put there to legitimize your enslavement over and over again. And when the Bible speaks of iron and all of that stuff, they been had slavery. They been had chains on necks. All of the
Now let
stuff that
me
we think is modern, they been had. Go ahead, jump on
let
me.
me let, let me ask you a question. So if we all agree that we were rulers of this earth, we were advanced in certain sciences and all this, how did we fall and let some people come out of a cave who, like I pointed out, the English were the last people on the earth to get civilized? How did we end up on the bottom and they end up on the
If you
top?
read, if just study history, we
I'm
civilized
asking.
them. We civilized them. We gave them education. We was teaching them math and philosophy like we was teaching the rest of the world. They were an immature species of people, and so they didn't think like wise people. And we got comfortable with them, let them in too close, and their ability to be way more violent than us. Because see, we
Here's the
wouldn't
problem
kill.
with that. Here's the problem with that.
Go ahead, jump on it.
We outnumber them like a hundred to
I
one
agree
on the
that. I
planet.
agree. I
So
agree.
there's no way you can tell me that they, with a lower maturity, lower sense of knowledge, could subdue the whole
No, no,
earth.
no, 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 no,
No,
no. What
that's
I
not
mean, what I
possible.
mean, what I mean, maturity is experience as a people. You understand what I'm saying? What it is not outnumbering. It's the will to kill babies, women, old people, people we wouldn't kill. It was the ability
Facts.
to wipe people
Bro,
out,
hold on.
decimate people, destroy the men, women, children, their dogs, their artifacts,
Bro.
everything that ever spoke of them. You murder it. You
That's
murder it.
not, bro.
Can I
That is
add this
not
wall real quick? Can
that
I
is
just
not
add to that
that
real,
is not
real quick?
exclusive to
all
them.
our natures are different. I call it like this: we have a different nature than they have. I'm
That is
saying,
not exclusive to
it
them.
doesn't mean, it does, right. I'm not saying that means it's exclusive. Okay, you can't speak. You should not typically speak in absolute. So I'm not doing that. I'm not saying it's exclusive to them, but I'm saying if you look in terms of the world and the history of the world and things that have happened, time and time again, it has been white people who have gone and conquered countries, conquered land, and have done the most damage in terms of that. I'm not saying that Black people or African people also don't still kill and destroy, or that Asians or nobody else does. But I'm saying they exceed everybody else tremendously while being the smallest group on the planet. That's why I say I think their nature is different than ours. That's why we haven't bucked back in a lot of ways, because we can't tend to get vicious enough. Where did that programming and all of that? So I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying our natures are different from theirs in general.
I agree with that. Defend that shit. Defend that.
I agree with that, man, because when we was in the garden of Eden, we was eating fruits. And what they did was start killing of all the animals, and they start killing. You got to realize we had leaders, and we was tribal people, so we had like chiefs and things of that nature. So what they did was start eating on our chiefs and our witches, and our ladies was witches. They was the ones, if you know, in slavery time, when they couldn't get to a doctor, they had to come to the slaves to get the women to cook, to use the herbs and the spices, because that was the healing mechanisms. You
That
feel
was
what
a
I'm saying?
witch. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we was using, the women was able to cook things and heal with the herbs and spices, because they knew how to put together the right herbs and things for healing. You feel me? So that's what the slave owners used to come get our women to do that. And what they did was they told the women to stop doing the witchcraft, and they start killing us and peeling our skin off and wearing our skin and wearing the animal skin. So it was a ripple effect. You feel what I'm saying? It was a domino effect all the way around the board. And we were supposed to be eating fruits and vegetables. And when they start eating off the animals and things of that nature of the world, and start wearing us, and put us in the fear mechanism, because they was killing and killing everything. We were a peaceful people. We was creating. We didn't know nothing about death. So when they came and introduced that death and start killing, it made us in fear. And that's where they took control of us, and they start implementing these man-made deities over us. You feel what I'm saying? And let us know that when we went to that spiritual realm, that this were the things that was going to be happening to us. So to this day, right now, this is why the women be so protective over the men, because they don't want us to get killed and slaughtered like that. You feel what I'm saying? That's why they so protective over us to this day.
That's because we're under a system of racism, white supremacy, not because they were witches.
Well, listen.
Did you hear what I
You
said? I
can
didn't say because
go.
they was witches. I was saying because we were witches and wizards. What I mean, that witches, you were using the spices. We were using different things, that herbs. We knew how to talk to nature. You feel what I'm saying? We knew how to, yeah, we knew how to
Yeah,
communicate
like I
with
say,
nature and
you're
everything.
looking at stuff through the white man goggles, and inside you can go in. You're looking at white shit through the white man. So when they see us heal each other, when they see our ancient grandmothers or our past grandmothers or mothers, sisters heal each other, to them it was spooky. It was magical. When they looked at us in our natural element, it was God like. It was spooky to them. They couldn't explain that shit. But there are ways. That's why I don't back down from the word witch doctor, because it just means magical healing. You didn't understand, but now Yale and Harvard send research teams to find out what they're doing, and they make a chemical version and patent it. They know about the leaves and the enzymes and this, that, and the other. Yeah, go ahead, Sal. You had something to say?
And let me add one more thing real quick before I
Go ahead.
go. Before I go, when y'all was talking about the animals and things of this nature. Well, damn, what the fuck? Y'all go ahead, man. I had lost my damn. I wanted to say something, man. I'm gonna catch this.
Hey, I want to read this off real quick, because I'm finna get off the line. I got an early day. I just want to read something off to y'all real quick, and leave that thought with y'all, if that's okay.
Good.
Always.
Okay. This is out of the etymology dictionary for religion. State of life bound by monastic vows. Also, conduct indicating a belief of a divine power. From Anglo-French religion, Old French religion, piety, devotion, religious community. And directly from Latin religium, I think I'm saying that right. Yeah, I hope so. Religium, or nominative religio, respect for what is sacred, reverence for the gods, sense of right, moral obligation, fear of the gods, divine service, religious observance, a religious faith, a mode of worship, cult. Let me say that word one more time. Cult. All right. Sanctity, holiness. In Latin, monastic life. That is all that Scorpio Bay has to say tonight.
Hey, I appreciate you stopping through, brother, as always, man.
Peace.
Hopefully that
No,
email
thank
get
you, brother.
answered.
Thank you for having me. It's your
Peace,
All
platform.
right,
brother.
peace,
Peace,
You're
brother.
brother.
welcome.
Peace, brother. Peace,
You're
God.
welcome to come to game night again.
Hell yeah, yeah. As soon as we figure out how he hitting 10,000, I'm ready to do this.
All right. Okay.
That was up. That was up.
That's
Peace,
what's
God.
up
All right, peace, y'all.
Hey,
for
one
sure.
more thing I wanted to say. I said religion. What y'all was talking about the religion. Now, all right, this is what I wanted to say. It came back to me. Now, we supposed to be, they say we have, oh, if y'all want to go by the Bible or the biblical terms, that we have reign over everything on the planet, right? Ain't that what they say? That we was superior over everything on the planet, right? But why are we the only ones that gotta have a book? Don't know animals, don't know
Right.
nothing else, need no directions. They just leave. Now, we was talking about common sense. It's common sense for a nature. They not sleeping. You don't see no gay lions. You don't see no gay goddamn elephants. You don't see none of
Oh,
that
they
shit.
introducing that. They, of course, they introducing that now, and they're going to be happy to show you that. But you're right about that. When you leave things to its natural element, the story behind books is, to me, like I say, all of these advances in technology are going the wrong way. It's only
Yeah.
impressive to the people who don't have the natural sense.
Mm-hmm.
Microchips is compensation for the inability to remember a terabyte of information. When we
Mm-hmm.
know we can remember information like that. So these books were, first of all, I want y'all to, these books that we're using now are purposely built and constructed to manipulate you, to make you think one thing is true
Yes.
when it's not. It's their version of history. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And when I look at books, I believe, just like you said, why the animals don't use books. We didn't need books neither. It's only when you're trying to relay information to someone else where you have to
Right.
make a language, a common language, a
Let me
common, you know.
let me interject here
Go ahead,
because a
bro.
lot of things are going past it. First, you can look at history, you can look at the walls and Kemet and see the commissions damn near wiped out the South Africans completely out. I think they were called the Nubians. So wars amongst
No, 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 no,
war
no,
is
no.
not.
Okay,
Oh
so
yes,
tell
yes.
me, no, no, no. But the Nubians joined the Egyptians. That's where you got the
Hold on,
guy Amin Ra from.
hold
The
on, hold on, hold on,
Egyptians.
hold on.
Uh huh.
They had wars with the Nubians. I mean, all this is on the walls in Kemet. They
Yes,
damn near at one
yes.
point wiped the Nubians out until the
And
Nubians
then
regrouped
what? And
and
then
came
what?
back and conquered.
And
So
then what? Okay, hold
and
on, hold on, hold on. Now listen to what you just said, brother. How did they almost wipe them out of existence, and how did these people come back?
they
And you
almost wiped them out during wars.
then
The
they didn't
Nubians,
all listen. If they were able to come back and conquer them, common sense would tell you they didn't almost wipe them out.
Right.
they
You
did
don't get
wipe the. No, hold on, bro, because this is all happened over periods of years. This ain't like okay, we come down there and whoop y'all ass, and then y'all muscle
okay.
just
Why
shrinked
they
up
didn't wipe them
tomorrow
all the way out? Why they didn't wipe them all the way out? Why did they give them
because
all
they
these
fought.
years? Why did they give them all of these years to rebuild their numbers?
Because they fought. They fought back.
No,
I mean, this ain't nothing.
you
This is
just
common.
said it took them it was over amount of years when they came back. They didn't fight back initially. They got whooped all the way to the point where you saying they almost was out of existence. Then they
Listen,
said, "All right, we
listen.
good."
Hold
They said,
on,
"We
hold on.
good." They said, "We good. We got what we want. Go ahead and do your thing. We not gonna
Bro,
press you. We know that you could grow in numbers and come back and kill us, but that
Kemet
ain't our
had
game."
many wars throughout its reign. Some
Huh?
wars they won, some wars they lost, but they had many
Uh-huh.
wars out their reign.
Yes,
Now,
they did.
the second thing I want to point out about this whole why do we need a book situation. Now, let's say everybody to for any society to be successful, you need laws, you need instruction. Now, let me give this, I guess you could say, parable or analogy or whatever. You get a brand new car. They're gonna give you that. If you get a brand new car, you get the car. A manual has to come with that car to tell you what type of fuel to put in there, what type of antifreeze to put in this car. You're just not gonna get a car and you don't understand that. And if you say, well, it's common, you put gas in the car and antifreeze. They got different cars. They get run on Bugatti is something totally different from a Ford. So you get a manual of instructions on how to maintain that car. Now let me break this down out of the Bible and show you that when you say when you make these statements that everything is common sense, everything ain't common sense. The Bible will clearly tell you don't eat swine, don't eat crustacean. Now we go into science and see what effects crustacean and swine has on our bodies. I'm going to exclude the Caucasian out of this, and I'm just going to talk about our bodies. When you start to eat crustacean and all that, you get things like gout. These are bottom feeders. You're eating an animal that is sole purpose that's been put in the ocean is to eat shit and other dead animals. That's his sole purpose. You are what you eat. That saying is true to a degree. So if you're gonna eat something that its sole purpose to eat shit and waste, and you putting this in your body, if you saying, but that's common sense. But many of our people today love shrimps and lobsters. You go with the pig.
That's because they was
Doctors,
programmed, brother. See, common sense would tell
but
you
that's
that.
not
Listen, common
hold on,
sense would
bro.
tell
Hold on,
you.
bro.
Common sense would tell you that you drink your mama's milk out her titty, bro. You don't drink no cow milk. Ain't no other plant, ain't no other animal drinking no cow milk. But they told you
I
by
say it
books,
like this. I say it like
books
this because I
told you
want to.
that you need to eat meat and drink cow milk, bro.
I
You
say it like this
proving
because
my
I want to
point.
make it. I wanted to make
You
it clear. Hold
proving
on,
my
and then I
point
let
when
you
you
go.
say
So
that.
hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this. Let him, and then you can explain how he proving your point, and then he can rebuttal. What I'm saying is this: the stuff that you pointing out in that book makes it clear. You see that we was dumbed down, and now this information is impressive. We knew our diet. We knew that we got our food from the trees. The trees don't grow our food, and our food don't grow from the ground just for us to ignore it. We knew this. But we're under a system of people who benefit from getting blood in their diet. And so therefore we're introduced to that. To me, instinct is knowing to suckle from your mother's breast. Common sense is the sense that's common among the people. And that depends on who you're born within. That depends on who you're born within. If you're raised from a home and you know to take your shoes off when you come out, that's common sense in your home. That's not common sense in the next person's home if they weren't learned that. So I make the distinction between that. And the stuff you talking about eating pork and this, that, and the other, when you born into an environment like that, but I believe that you know the conflict. I believe you know the conflict. That's why when they give you know when you're a baby and you eat meat, they don't give you a adult sized portion of meat. It'll murder you. They get you used to it by giving you little bits of it. And when you get an upset stomach or a fever, they give you a little medicine. We know it's from the reaction of you taking that pork and getting used to that pork, but it's not common sense now. But I believe it was then. And if you look up that now, you look at the dietary system of that, they knew when they ate meat, they were going to pay the consequence. That's why you eat mostly vegetables, herbs, fruit, and then a slither of meat. Now we base our meal around the meat. You eat a bunch of meat and a small portion of sides. That's not how we did. Even when we did eat meat, we knew we had to give our bodies time to detoxify. It wasn't a
Listen,
lifestyle.
and that's what I told you on the last stream.
Yeah,
We
and I
eat
believe, like
meat
I said, I
too
believe the
much.
Bible.
But
I believe the
here's the deal.
Bible helped us out through our worst of times. It was
Here's the
there
deal.
during slavery, but what I'm gonna tell you is now we're past that. Take the good information. This is what I'm saying. Take the information, implement it into your life, and stop teaching your kids to read that whole book as being right and exact when you know that's not the truth. Stop teaching these
Hold on,
influential kids. Okay, go ahead.
brother. I didn't. If you listen to what I said, once you study and get a history of where this book, the Bible, came, who compiled it, where did it come from, who interjected what, where, when, then you will comprehend and you will see all the mistranslations, all the lies they put in there will fall away, and you can see the truth of the book for what it is. Now, when he said it's common sense and this, that, or whatever, okay, he proved my point by listen. If we got stripped of our knowledge of self, and we got stripped of all this, and we got programmed to live a certain way and do a certain thing, then would not this book pointing out these things be able to you read it and say, okay, I've been living this way, but this book is telling me this way. And if you try these things and if it comes out to be true, would that not be something that helped you break the program they put on you?
Yes.
This is what the deal is, and this is the problem with that. Out of people constantly being in the Bible, reading the Bible, doing that ain't changed the damn thing for many people, for most people. This idea that, oh, if you read this book, then that's supposed to make you supposed to follow this book. No one, and I'm gonna say this, and I will repeat it. No one can follow the Bible. Let me say that one time again. No
Facts.
one can follow the Bible. Not
Facts.
human being to live up to the Bible unless it's a baby that just literally was born and literally passed away. I don't, that's a sad thing, but I'm just saying, no person can live the Bible. That's false.
It's illegal. It's illegal. It's illegal.
It's illegal, absolutely. It's illegal to this society to fully live the Bible. On top of that,
let me say this, because see, again, if you don't have, that's why I say, and it's cool we building like this. That's why I say you need to really seek out the truth of the matter, because regardless of what you say, if you research it or you hear it or whatever, all right. When you say nobody can follow the Bible or whatever, I'm just gonna give you a little bit here. So I'm gathering, and you correct me if I'm wrong. When you say nobody can follow the Bible, it's illegal. Like, okay, how the scripture would tell you to make sacrifice and that's illegal in this society we live in. Is that some of the points you try to point out, right?
No, I'm talking about usury. I'm talking about trading, spending, and earning the US dollar.
Okay, usury. The Bible tells you do not practice usury. It gives specific laws where it tells you, let's say, for instance, if you have.
But the US economic system is based on usury.
Wait, bro. So if it tells you,
I know, but whatever you finna go into, what we're saying is that it's illegal not to spend money and trade with money.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
It might be illegal not to use money and trade with money, but we can even step out of the Bible and we can just go into not so recent African history, African American history.
Let me ask you this real quick before you go on. Let me just ask you this real quick before you go on. Do you use usury?
No, I try not to use usury. Do you know?
But you do though. But you participate in usury.
No, we do. We all do know what usury is, right?
Yes, okay. We do.
So no, I do not use usury. Now, hold on. Before I came into knowledge of who I was, I probably did usury back then. But once I figured out who I was and got on a different path, no, I don't use usury.
Okay, this is what I'm saying.
And if you say,
that's my point. So if you claim you did use it, then you didn't live by the Bible.
Did you not hear me say? Did you not hear me say before I figured out?
Okay, can I ask you this? 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 And I don't want to get in your business. Do you file taxes?
Yes.
That's usury. That's you committing usury. You spending the dollar. Hold on, I got you.
Go ahead.
You using the dollar is participating in usury. You're agreeing to pay somebody 7 cents on a dollar. That's usury. When you file your taxes,
my taxes is higher than 7 cents on a dollar.
Okay, there you go. However,
I wish it was 7 cents on a dollar.
Sorry, that information was wrong. But like I said, that's usury. When you file your taxes, you're getting taxes. Tax. That's usury. Do you understand that?
I understand that, but here's the deal with that though. You're saying you're using. Hold on. You're using something that's forced upon a people that's in captivity. Me willfully using usury, I don't do that. But if you're using a scenario,
but our whole point. There you go. That's what it is.
Hold on. That's not that's not when you say I'm participating in usury. That's me being forced to participate in usury.
But you
Now,
still
Okay,
have
but what I'm saying,
hold
my
on,
whole point. Hold on, bro, because remember the point that you defended. We said it's illegal.
hold on,
right.
hold on, hold on,
That's
hold on,
it.
hold
We
on.
didn't say you weren't forced. We didn't
No,
say
no, no, no,
you
no.
don't feel bad. All I'm saying is that you cannot. It's illegal to live up to that Bible 100%.
No, 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 it's not. No, it's not.
Yes,
Hold on.
You
it
just
is.
admitted. You just
No,
admitted it. You just admitted it.
hold
You
on. No,
being
I didn't.
forced.
No, I did. Me saying I participate in paying taxes is not admitting that you
No,
can't live up to the Bible.
you saying that filing for taxes is usury. You know this. You being
Ah,
forced to do that. You know this. This is what you
right.
just said. So what
I
you
understand what
said,
I just said.
so what you're admitting is that it's illegal not to file your taxes. You're being forced to do something. That's the whole point of it being legal. That's my point. You're being forced not to even live up to that Bible.
Hold
Because
on, hold on,
one
hold
thing I'm
on.
gonna tell you like this, and then you can go in. Anything my people pick up, if we all pick it up together, nigga, it's the truth. I don't give
All
a
right,
fuck. If we
all
all
right.
became Christians tomorrow, Hebrews, Muslims, I know if we were left up to our own guys, if we were left to us, just like that, we solve the problem. Because you
So
could tell. Go ahead,
here's the
bro.
issue. Here's the issue with you saying nobody can live up to the Bible, and me saying I'm forced to pay taxes. We have become comfortable in our captivity. We have become some people who believe that we got to do this, even me to a degree, because you don't have to pay taxes. The tax system and money usury is set up to, if you're going to make $1 using their system, you have to do it this way. As I was going to point out before we got into this, we can go into African American history maybe 100 or so years ago. They had something called the barter system. We can live off the barter system today, but we don't want to give up these comforts.
Oh,
We like
then what?
YouTube.
Then
We like
listen.
cell phones. We like all this stuff. We become accustomed to it. See, and this is what's contributing to our own captivity. That's what this is. This ain't nothing.
So you
There's
still
nothing.
cannot give. You still cannot give me no proof that anybody can live by the Bible. Like the stuff you saying now is strawman. You going way somewhere else.
Oh,
All
okay. Give me an example of somebody not being able to live by the Bible.
hold on.
I
Let me.
just
Okay,
did.
I will.
No,
But
you
hold on.
didn't.
I will. But wait a second. We always said is nobody can live by that Bible. No one. And Suave was bringing in that, in fact, for some things, it would be illegal in society to live by that Bible. Now, here's the thing: of all these people, excuse me, like Hebrew Israelites or what have you in general, or Christians, and all these people in the United States who are Christians, why aren't all of y'all following that practice then? Why did you participate in usury? Why do you continue to participate in usury then? If you know that it's the Bible. So are you gonna
The
follow? Wait a minute, wait. Because remember, you're supposed to be in the world, not of it. So are you gonna follow the Bible, or are you gonna follow what the society says? One.
one.
If
Did
you
you not?
follow society, you're not living by the Bible.
So y'all just gonna overlook the barter system, right? And
No.
then
We
okay,
don't
we
have
could
to
go
barter
on.
system.
We gonna
Do
go
you use a
into
barter system for everything
we
that you do in life? Do you use a barter system? Why aren't
for a
you
lot.
using it?
Hold on. For a lot of things, I use the barter system. A
But I didn't say
lot of
a lot of
things.
things. I said for everything. Is there such thing as a little bit of sin, or is a sin a sin? Like
Hold on.
that's a little bit of sinning. Is there such thing as that? Because if you're
See,
not gonna, if
hold
you
on,
violate
sister.
something
Hold
in the
on,
Bible,
sister.
you violate it, whether it's a
Hold,
little bit or a lot.
hold
But
on, sister. Hold
and
on,
what you
sister.
saying not actually contradicting what you saying, brother. What I'm saying is that you because even I recognize the barter system, but you can only barter you can only barter what you have. We don't have cars. We don't have gas. At some point in time, you have to barter something for money in order to trade money for a material to therefore barter. It takes money to like the system that they have set up, bro, has put a stoppage on you being right by any law. Even they laws. They say you can't kill. The president kills. He signed orders to kill. So we see a clear distinction between who and who cannot kill. Like however you want to put it, you have to admit that you're ignoring and omitting very important things just to uphold some minuscule gain.
All right, here we're gonna go with this. I'm gonna answer the sister first with the sin thing. When she said, if you sin, is there such thing as a little bit of sin? Sin is sin, point blank, period. But here's what I don't think you getting. There are different punishments for sin. There's no two sins that have the same punishment. I mean, well,
How do you
that's
know?
not necessarily true, but I know because I read what the punishments for sin is. Now
So
let's
what's
go
the
to this
punishment
barter
for
system. Say that again.
so what's the punishment for usury?
You saying what is the punishment for usury?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. You said different sins have different punishments. So what's the punishment for usury?
Just like, okay, let's say let me give an example here.
Okay, don't your Bible
Let's
say the
say,
wages of sin is death?
Hmm.
what does it say that in there?
Where
And
does
when
it
you
say that
say,
in the
hold on,
Bible?
hold on, hold on, hold on. And when you say the wages of sin is death, since you
We're
so
not
keen
gonna
on,
interpret. I'm not a
hold
great
on, hold
interpreter. Listen, hold on, no, I got you. I am not a great interpreter. I read shit the way they wrote it for me. I give it to you the way they gave it to me. The wages of sin is death. The payment for sin is death. And the Bible says no sin is greater than the other.
no, the
So
Bible don't
that's
say, hold on, hold on, hold
the
on.
Bible don't say that.
No, no, no. You
You
listen. I
just said
told
a
you before.
sin.
I told you earlier. I am Torah centered. I know the history of this book, so I know what to follow and what not to follow. I comprehend who added what, when, where.
How do you
How
know
So
do you
that?
as
make
I,
that distinction? How do you make that distinction?
How do you
how
know
do I
who
make?
thought who had go ahead, I'm sorry.
All you have to do is study and see what parts of the Bible was
Study
added
what? Talk
and
to me.
what
Talk to
date.
me. Talk to me. I really want the answer. All you have to do is study what?
History. Don't you know in the 1611 Bible, the
Studies.
original King James Bible, the 1611, you can't find Jesus nowhere in there.
Yes,
Don't
I
you know
do.
that?
Yes, I do.
So
This
so
is my thing again. Why do people have to do all of this massive study? And this is just supposed to show you how to live a decent life
this
or
is
good
your
life, whatever, and
this
go
is
to
your,
heaven. You gotta be in there and you gotta go to theology school. You gotta do all of this stuff.
no. This is your salvation you talking about. This is you extending your life through your seed on this planet. So
And
if
how
you
do you
don't
know
feel
that?
like you don't have to so if you don't feel like you have to put labor in that, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, why do you have to put labor in that? That doesn't make sense. Isn't that just laying out, or isn't that supposed to be basically the rules? And
So you're
you
gonna
supposed
have
to follow?
children.
Wait, listen. And you, it's not about nothing personal about me. I don't do. I'm not asking you nothing personal. Please
No,
don't
no, no.
ask me.
I'm not asking you personal. I'm giving you an example. So
Wait a
you're
minute,
gonna
but wait a
have
minute. So
children, and you're not gonna teach them the do's and don'ts of life, everything you've learned.
yes, absolutely, you do. Absolutely. But see, the difference is the Bible is a bunch of fairy tales and all this other spooky stuff that's put on it. Versus you telling your child, hey, this, that, and the other. That's not spooky unless you threatening them with hell and all that. But the Bible is spooky. Those are the
So,
differences. One is
so
practical, one is spooky.
let me ask you this: what's spooky about the Book of Proverbs? What's spooky about the Book of Proverbs? Is there anything spooky in the Book of Proverbs
Let's see.
telling you
I'll look for.
about how to
Right
obtain
off, I don't
wisdom,
know right
knowledge, and
offhand.
understanding?
I don't know
Telling you.
right offhand. The Bible is, you can't take one part out of there. The Bible itself is spooky as a whole.
Hold on. What do you mean you can't take one part out of there? I don't understand that.
Like you said, like you're asking me, what about Proverbs is spooky? Let's say there's nothing spooky in Proverbs. That has nothing
Okay.
to do with the totality of the Bible, right? You can't cherry pick, can you? Aren't you supposed to go by the whole Bible?
Hold on. I think you got the wrong Israelite when you saying that. As I told you, as I stated before, I know the history of the book. I know who added on what to the book, when they added it, why they added it. So
Well, okay,
I'm not no one West camp Israelite. I don't do that.
so
No,
how
no.
do you know things? How do you know something nobody else knows?
Okay, this is what I'm gonna say. Okay, I just
Ain't
looked
no
up Proverbs. I just
I don't
looked up
know.
Proverbs. Here go Proverbs 1. I'm gonna read Proverbs 1 down to 7. For gaining wisdom and instruction, for understanding words of insight, for receiving instruction in prudent behavior, doing what is right and just and fair. I want to stop there. What is right, just, and fair?
Are you asking me a question?
Yes, sir.
What is right, just, and fair?
Yes.
According to you, it's common sense, right?
Yes.
Oh, he's asking
Okay,
you.
well, you got your answer.
But doesn't the Bible define what is right? Don't the Bible go into what is right and wrong?
Again,
what does the Bible say is right
hold
and
on,
fair?
brother. Hold on, brother. Again, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this again.
Yeah.
Nowhere in that Bible can you find where it says that what is right and wrong was not known before the Bible. All you're looking at is a compilation of wisdom and knowledge.
Okay, hold on. The Bible itself, I hear you. The Bible itself putting this information. What did you just say? What did you just say?
Not exclusive.
No. The very first thing you said, you can't look in that Bible and show what?
One spot in that Bible where the Bible tells you this is something you're going to get out of the Bible and you're not going to get nowhere else.
Okay.
This knowledge, this wisdom, all this, man knew it. Why is it in the Bible? If man knew it, why? Where is the instructions on breastfeeding in the Bible? Say that again.
Where's the instruction for eating in the Bible, like breastfeeding, putting food in your mouth? Not what to eat. Hold on, wait. Not what to eat. Not what to eat. How to eat. To say put food in your mouth and not up your ass. Shit that you already know. What does the Bible explain? Simple shit like that.
You go into the book of Leviticus.
What it say?
You'll find out.
It tells you what to eat in Leviticus.
Okay.
It doesn't tell you how to eat. It doesn't tell you don't put food up your nose, put it in your mouth. Because you know this, right? So them putting this in this book is saying somebody don't know this. Get them this book so they can obtain this information. But you just said it's something that we already knew. So
listen, bro, that's not going to
work. Okay, let me finish this. No. Let me finish this. I don't know what you want to understand, but let me read the rest of this.
All right.
Doing what is right, just, and fair, for giving prudence to those who are simple, knowledge and discretion to the young. Let the wise listen and add to their learning. And let the discerning get guidance, for understanding proverbs and parables. The sayings and riddles are the wise. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. That's spooky.
No, it's not.
Okay, explain that to me. Interpret that for me. And the fear, let me read it all in this context. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction.
Exactly. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Now, the word Lord might be put there. Now, I might not agree with that word Lord because I know where that word Lord comes from.
Why not? Why not?
Because I know where that word Lord comes from.
Where does it come from?
They're telling you
in the Bible.
Because it was translated that way. Lord, if you look up Lord, it means master, which comes from another word. It goes back to Baal. It goes back to an idol.
Okay, so can I ask you something? Now, because you just taught me something. So this scripture says the fear of the master is the beginning of knowledge. What does that say to you?
The creator was never called the master.
What does that say to you, black man in America?
Listen, he just twisted that. But can I say something before I get out?
Hold on, OJ. No. You can't say it. No. Before you say it, tell me how I twisted that. Tell me how I twisted that. Tell me how I twisted that. Okay, you just said he just twisted that. Tell me that.
You clearly just said. I mean, we don't know if his etymology is correct anyway. You said so. It says.
Okay, hold on. So because hold on. Because you don't know that Lord means master. We're supposed to
But
think that I twisted the Bible?
no,
The
I'm
brother
just saying he
said,
just
the
said that.
brother said,
But
the brother said that. Okay. Okay.
no, this is what I'm about to say. I was about to get out of here. So
That's
please,
what's up. I
everybody on the panel.
appreciate you coming through.
No, that's literally what I was about to say. But he said that, and then I just interjected that real quick.
You didn't
But go ahead. What'd you say?
I said you left him out there to dry. You didn't step in and have his back.
Okay, now
Well,
listen,
I mean,
OJ, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming through. I appreciate you coming through, OJ. I really do. Lord, someone or something having power, authority, or influence. A master, or ruler. I didn't twist that. So the Bible says fear. So the Bible. Yes, you were. You were. The Bible says fear of your master is the beginning of knowledge. What does that say to you, and how did I twist that?
No, hold on. That word Lord was not there. Now
okay, hold on. You gonna be here. You gonna be here. OJ finna go. OJ, how did I twist that?
Let me go. I'm just saying. You said what he said when we don't even know if what he's saying is correct.
I just looked up, Lord. I knew that, Lord. Hold on. Listen now, because you admitted that you don't know something. You said when we don't even know. We know. I know. I've been to. Hold on. I've been to that Lord meant master. Now I'm looking at I'm showing you in the definition. Lord means master. How did I twist the Bible?
I'm not even trying to get into that. This is what I was about to say.
Okay.
Because she asked me, she said I left him out to dry. Like me, it's no point to even debate the Bible with people who don't believe in the Bible because they not gonna believe in it regardless. If you prove it, they're not gonna believe in it. No, it's not even about that. This is the thing.
That's exactly what it's about.
Can I talk? Can I talk? If you prove it. If you prove something, you're still not gonna believe it regardless. So it doesn't matter. Like at the end of the day,
okay, but OJ, but can you admit that the Bible hasn't been proved yet? Out of all the years, out of all the people that's been born and died, it hasn't been proved yet.
I mean, nothing's been proved. I mean, the point of the Bible.
Nothing's been proved. Nothing's been proved. Did you just say nothing's been proved? Did you say nothing's been proved?
When I say that, I mean there's a ton of things that people believe in who state.
Okay, so okay. So now let's put it back in perspective. So let's put it back in perspective.
Wait. I'm saying the Bible literally says you have to believe. Like it literally says that. So that's what. So if
but he just said that the Bible, and then you can go in when he just said that the Bible says seek knowledge and wisdom.
Oh wait, let me please say this. Please say this. See, when you just said the Bible says you have to believe, right? But how do people wait? Just let me finish and please listen, because I would like you to answer. Just please listen. So if you have to believe, how do people get to the point of believing? You are just supposed to believe because your grandma or your mama or somebody down the street or a pastor come to you and give you a Bible. You have to be introduced to the Bible. You're not born with a Bible in your hand. You're not born. Somebody has to pass that on to you. So you don't believe until somebody presents a Bible to you. You mean to tell me a human, which we know humans, flesh is weak and all that kind of stuff. So here comes a human, be it your grandma, be it your auntie, whoever, comes to you and give you this Bible. Are you supposed to just take that book and just believe it just because they gave you the book? So when you say you have to believe,
see, look, listen.
To be able to believe.
All right.
Go ahead, OJ, and then I want to go ahead, OJ, answer, and then I want to say something to you before you dip off. Go ahead.
All right. So look, at the end of the day, the Bible it even says it's not for everybody. So if you hear something and you don't believe it, then it is what it is. Like that's why.
Okay. But doesn't the
it's just not for everybody. If it resonates with what
just answer the question. Answer the question. Don't dance. Just let her know.
I'm not dancing. If it resonates with you, then you believe in it. If it doesn't, then you don't.
Let's say it's a 17-year-old and they grew up, we'll say 17, 18. They grew up, let's say their family wasn't into religion or into a culture or what, or none of that. And so that's the household they came from. They're 18. And they're curious now about the Bible or what have you. How does that person get to a point of believing? Because remember, it says you must believe. How does that how would that,
like I said, if you find it, you listen to. I just said it.
He answered it. He answered it. He said,
I answered it. Don't try to play.
he said,
Like, don't
read
try to
it.
play
No,
and say I did
he
it.
said, read it. And if you,
Let me finish. This is how Bible belief is false. All of it is false belief. Because if you give the Bible to this 17, 18-year-old person, right, how can you prove to them that this book is supposed to be real? Is this supposed to be real because a lot of people read it? Is this supposed to be real because the pastor says it? Because the girl says it? Are we supposed to be able to make our own minds up and figure things out? So how can the Bible be proven? Are they supposed to believe? What is
Well,
exactly?
I literally think that's the point.
But what are you
Like,
believing in? When you say you must,
that's literally the point. Like, that's literally the point. Like,
No,
it says, like, look, if you don't,
they read it. Okay, they read it.
If you don't believe, if you don't believe what it's saying, then that means you don't believe what it's saying. That's literally it.
You're not born believing.
I never said you were born. I never said that.
okay, who?
Did I literally not just say?
Okay, no, you did.
You read it or you listen to it, and if you don't believe it, you don't believe it. If you believe it, you believe it.
You really
How can I not answer the question?
No, you just won't say. You just won't say you can't. That's her problem.
Exactly.
You just won't say you can't. You're just not saying. You're not saying. She said. Okay, let me say it. Let me break it down. Yeah. You said no. You said okay. You just said I'll never say you prove it. You said if we prove it, you won't believe it anyway. You brought up proof.
Exactly.
Okay, and I said nothing's been proved.
If God she said how okay,
and she said if God if God came down and smacked me in my face, I would acknowledge that, brother. You are exaggerating. Then she said, how do you come to the state of belief?
Right.
Belief. Hold on. Let me tell you. Let me break it down. Belief comes from evidence. You have no evidence.
Don't have to come from evidence.
Okay, now you're gonna make up belief. Okay, hold on. Let me say what I'm saying. Let me say what I'm saying. Faith is lack of evidence. Belief comes from evidence. But I'm gonna put it to you like this. We can look it up. We can look this shit up. I'm not making this up. These are not okay. Look. You know who Herodotus is?
He was like a Greek philosopher or something.
Okay, historian. He was a Greek who was in Egypt at the time before the Greeks invaded and conquered Egypt.
He created the Indian and the Odian, right?
The Idian and the Odian?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that, brother. Yeah, I had that.
Go ahead.
That sound like the Idonians. Yeah, you know the Idonians. You might be meaning
that's what him. No, that was Herodotus. Okay. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying you might be meaning the Idonians. Okay, look. He wrote about a part of Africa along the coast, the rim of Egypt, that collapsed, sunk under the water. These pages were found. Whatever he wrote it on was found. And scientists used them and found a sunken city in Egypt, Lona. That's proof. That's him saying something a long time ago, people finding it, and you haven't done that once with the Bible. And on top of that, Herodotus never wrote about the Jews, Hebrews, Jebusites, the city of Jebus, being named Jebus before it was called Jerusalem. None of this. So somebody who you were actually able to prove something on,
and he never spoke. I wanted to get at you about when you said that before, but go ahead. I got you. Go ahead.
He never.
I'm about to say something. I'm about to take it off.
If the Jews were supposed to be there so long and accomplish so many great things, have languages, all type of shit, how can you find an underground city from this man's writing, and they still digging up the artifacts now? Priceless shit. But he never mentions the Jews at all. He mentions the Greeks, the Persians, the Nubians, Egypt, anything. What's happening here? Defend that.
It's not about defending it. Like I said, either you believe it or you
I
don't.
know what you gonna do. You running. I know
I'm not
you been
running.
quiet. You been quiet
You
all
know
day,
I don't
and
run.
when you open your mouth, you running. I know what you doing. You got your
I'm
foot.
not
Hold
running.
on,
I
OJ.
catch
You got your
everything head
football
on.
jersey on. You got your football jersey on. You're hurdling over people. You hurdling over the questions. You're spinning off. You're tapping
Nah,
circle. You're stiff
OJ was a
arming.
power runner. OJ was a power runner. I
You're
run
stiff
through.
arming.
I
You're
don't run.
stiff
I don't run
arming.
around. I
You're
run through.
stiff arming. You're stiff arming in questions. You're stiff arming in questions. Saw, defend that.
But yeah, I'm out of here. Y'all have a good one.
All right,
what
thanks,
you
man,
need
for
to do?
coming through.
All right.
What you need to do is look up Hezekiah's seal. You can look that up yourself. Hezekiah existed way before Herodias and the Greeks, who weren't really. He wasn't a Greek. He was a Macedonian. The original Greeks were black. But you look up Hezekiah's
What's his
seal,
name?
and this will show you a bond between Israel and Egypt because the Ankh is on the seal.
I never said that wasn't true. What that mean?
This
What does that
existed.
mean?
So that means right there, that shows you even before Herodotus came along, there was proof of Israel's existence. Now,
Hold on. No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
When you say Jews is a term that's a Johnny come lately term when white people took your
Wow.
history, regardless whether you want to accept it or not. White people took your history and ran with it.
Facts. That's what I'm telling you. And guess what? And guess what now? You're running with their history in your head, telling me I should run with it too.
No, I'm not running with their history.
Who were the people who translated the Bible?
You said who were the people who translated the Bible? The Bible has been translated. The Bible has been translated by many different.
Who originally translated it?
Okay, let me say this: the Bible has been translated by many different people.
Okay,
but if you want to go to the original translation, where it was took from the original script it was in and translated to something else, many people will tell you the Greeks did it. But the Greeks did not do it, because if you know the scripture and you know history, those people that was in Egypt at the time were not Greeks. They were a group called Edomites, which is not the white man. A lot of people like to say Edom is the white man. That's some bullshit, because they came from a black woman. So the original translation.
So that was Manzars.
Hold on. The original Edom was not white. This was a black man.
So they were Manzars.
No. What are you
No, you sure? They weren't mixed. They weren't mixed. Was they mixed?
No, they weren't mixed. They came from a black man and a black woman.
And what were these people named?
The Edomites.
Okay, you know who that? Okay, but you do know there was a Greek presence. You do know there was a Greek presence in Egypt, right?
Yes,
a very welcomed Greek presence in Egypt.
Check this. Because now we dealing with trickery, and we dealing with. I'm not saying you or nothing. I'm telling you, we dealing with trickery and plays on history.
And you saying the trickery began right after the Old Testament was written.
This is what I'm telling you. Let's stay on one topic.
That's when it started wild.
Let's stay on one topic. And we talking about when the book got translated from its original text, which was the original. I don't want to call it Hebrew, because there is no such language as Hebrew, but the original language it was in when it got translated, because that original language nobody's been able to truly completely break down to this date. But when it originally got translated, those people that was in that land, this goes, and you can look at this, the movie 300. This is history, biblical history they tried to leave out. But all that is connected. That and the book of, Esther, all this is connected. When those people, when that, what's his name? The Persian king at that time, was it Artaxerxes? Nah, what was his name? Anyway, whatever his name was, when they were defeated by the Greeks,
the Edomites that lived in that land fled. The only place they could flee to was Greece, because Greece was the ruling power at this time. When they went there, and remember, Egypt was already conquered at this time by these Greeks who were really Macedonians. Egypt was already conquered. Alexander was a Macedonian. Egypt was already conquered. So when they fled, even before Persia was completely conquered, they fled. The hierarchy of them fled. This is why they was let into Egypt, and this is why how they got comfortable. They were there for over 100 years. So they started to lose their customs. So when they got a hold of these scriptures and they translated this, it wasn't not no Greeks who translated this book. Those were Macedonians who was ruling at the time. Ptolemy and all them, these weren't Greeks. History gives them that credit.
Ptolemy's not a Greek.
What kills me
I'm
is
gonna say this again. I'm gonna say this again.
Yeah, say it again.
All you have to do is do more research into this, not on a base level, and you will see Macedonians conquered Greece. They came into Greece and took over. Alexander was a Macedonian. He was not a Greek.
Was he white? Was he white?
He was a Caucasian. What you would say Caucasian, yes. But the original Greeks were not Caucasian. They were black. What you would call black.
These Macedonians, when they invaded, did they destroy Greece?
No, they really didn't destroy Greece.
Did they change? Did they change? I got you. You said no. You listen.
Go ahead.
Did they bring a new language to Greece?
Are you asking if they bring a new language to Greece?
Yes, in those words.
Sure no.
So the Greek language that we know now, the Macedonians brought in.
I'm not gonna say 100%, but because if you look at the Greek language and look at the original Greek language and the Greek language we speak in today, you'll see the differences in there. It's just like how they try to say this Hebrew is Yiddish. What they speak, these motherfuckers run around talking about they speak Hebrew. They're actually speaking Yiddish, but they still call it Hebrew today.
Oh man.
See, this is why I said when you start studying this stuff and you start breaking down these historical facts.
Okay, I've been talking to you. You ain't just been sitting here teaching.
No.
We built it, so I obviously know about the Greeks, and I'm studying history.
No, bro. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not taking this.
It's ridiculous because at the end of the day, I see what's been happening a lot lately, and I don't speak on it as much because I have a lot of people that I love and respect who believe in the Bible.
Go ahead and speak on it, sis. Speak your mind right now.
Okay, but it's just ridiculous to me because what I see happening is now there's this whole push and movement of a bunch of black people trying to blackwash the Bible. And so for whatever reason, black
hey Suave, I had to get at you about that.
Brother, you said let me go. So let me
go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. It's a bunch of black people now blackwashing the Bible. And so now they're, trying to transition everything that was noted as white into black and things of that nature. And that's, I guess, supposed to make the Bible now okay or more acceptable. And I feel like that's so sad because black people, for whatever reason, do not want to let go of that Bible. I'm not saying the Bible has no value. What I'm saying is, in terms of this is end all, be all, I do not subscribe to that. I think that there is practicality in the Bible in terms of how certain things and how to live and stuff. And I don't have a problem with that. But the idea of spookism, this idea of heaven or hell, nobody, not one person, number one, like I said earlier, can live by the Bible. Number two, no one can prove, no one prove there is a heaven or hell. Not one person can prove that. And so it's like everybody's running around. Let me just finish. Everybody's running around in fear. Fear. It's all fear mongering. Like if this was so real and so heavy, Why is man relied on to keep this alive? You get rid of man, the Bible dies. Because it's man, it's your grandma, it's your mama, your grandpa who give you this Bible. And the last thing I'll say for a bit right now, and I'll let you go. But the thing is, like, for Black people in America, I understand. I agree with Swab. At one point in time, we needed it in terms of, I'm not going to say needed it, but I can understand. I'll say that in terms of having something to believe in. Oh, I'm suffering right now, but one day I'm going to be with my maker, all streets paved with gold and all that kind of stuff. And it was a mental thing. It was a psychological thing to excuse the suffering that our people went through in their life, that in the afterlife, they would have a beautiful life, and that these white people would someday, somehow be punished and condemned for what they did. They'd be struck down eventually by the Most High or by Jesus or God or whomever. And so my thing is, now that y'all trying to blackwash this Bible, it's like, we did not come here with Bibles. Somebody gave us the Bible. That's why I said it takes man to keep this alive. You can't show nowhere where any of our ancestors came here with a Bible. It was this white man who gave you the Bible. So how can you go with that? And then all of the people who talk about everybody who has any artifacts of the Bible are white. Or if they're not white, they're non-Black people. They're non-African people. All these white people are the ones who have the artifacts supposedly and found things and did all of this other stuff. They're the ones who published this Bible. And if you say that there are parts of the Bible missing and things taken out, how can you trust it? How can you trust a book that's not divine then anymore? It's not divine because it's not completely the word of God, according to you even mentioned that things have been taken. So
Sister,
I love a lot of my people. We gotta wake up.
I'm gonna try to remember everything you said because you said a lot. Okay, let's go with this whitewashing the Bible, which I find just wow. So let me ask you this: Are Black people whitewashing Kemet?
No.
No,
I mean, in terms of
Why?
we know this.
Hold on. Why are Black people not whitewashing Kemet? Why you don't agree with that?
because we're not saying that Kemet is white.
Because Kemet is in Africa. That's why.
So hold on.
Itself is
So
in
you
Africa.
saying the reason why you say that is because Kemet is in Africa. So
Right.
so you basically what you saying the Middle East ain't Africa? What they call the Middle East today, that's not Africa?
It depends on where it's at in the Middle East. No.
Yes, the Western Middle East is
Oh my
Africa.
goodness.
The Western and Middle East is Africa.
Don't you
Right.
know all that was connected until they created that connect? Let's not stick on that because I want to get on
What was
to
your point in saying that though?
Yeah.
because it's like y'all not comprehending, y'all not seeing in
Kemet
history
was not. Kemet was
anything.
African people.
Hold on, sis. Anything the white man conquers, he takes over and he takes on that. Just like how I pointed out, Alexander and them wasn't Greeks; they was Macedonians who came in and took over Greek and took on that culture. Just like they came in, Kemet took on that culture. They did the same thing with the Israelites.
When
Point
Egypt,
blank, period.
all these wars that you said Egypt had, did they go in there and did they install their culture or did they take on that culture?
We're not talking about the
I'm
Egyptians. We're talking
asking
about
you.
what
I'm
the
asking
white
you a
man did,
question. I'm
bro.
asking
You
you a
cannot.
question.
You're
Listen,
switching the
listen,
conversation.
listen. No, I'm not. I'm asking you a question in comparison to what you just said.
Okay, go ahead.
Because you said it was so unbelievable. You brought up Black people whitewashing Kemet like we're walking around here saying Kemet was white. We're not. Then you said was the Middle East.
No. You got that twisted. I said, are Black people whitewashing Kemet? And you said
I
no. And
just
I said
said that.
why?
Hold on. I just said that. What is
No.
going on?
You just said like we're saying Kemet was white. I didn't say you said
That's what
Kemet was white,
whitewashing mean.
Yeah.
bro.
Do you mean blackwashing?
You slipping, bro. I said
Do you mean blackwashing?
what she said was Black people are blackwashing the Bible. I said, what are Black people
No.
blackwashing
Okay.
Kemet? That's
Okay.
what I said.
No, you said whitewashing.
Yeah, you
bro.
said whitewashing, but I
Why
knew
would I say?
what you meant was blackwashing.
I
And
don't
that's
know
why
why
I
you
said
said
no,
it. You was
because
just
it's
thinking. Yeah,
not.
you was thinking too fast. Yeah, yeah.
No.
That ain't that. You ain't slip up or you ain't. I'm yeah.
So
Go ahead.
Suave, answer the
Go ahead.
question, Suave. Why do you not believe black folks is blackwashing Kemet?
Because Kemet was a melanated place, so saying that black people were the dominant presence there, it would be exaggerating your presence. I think that
So
black people
let me.
romanticize sometimes with Kemet, but
I
it's not the
agree with
same
that.
thing.
I agree with that.
All right. That's a good point. That's a well
I
point
totally
you
agree
put
with
there.
that.
So
Because people
now,
go too far with that whole Kemet thing. I'm not saying
so
I'm against it, but I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
really
what I'm
there like
saying.
that.
I think that black people come out of the way
ho-
we've been taught to learn is through this holy system. So when you leave Christian and Hebrew and Muslim and you get into Egypt and Kemet, you try to make it a religion. It's not a religion. We do not
Uh-huh.
believe
hold on.
we do not believe that nut was real. Geb is not a real person.
The,
These are anthropomorphic of natural.
you do not believe that. Every commission don't believe that because Jabari would tell you something different. But
Listen to
hold
what I
on, bro.
just said and
Hold on,
complete.
hold
Okay,
on.
go ahead.
Let me say this. So now that's a good point you made about how you said Kemet was melanated people. Now, whether you believe in the Bible or you follow the Bible, whatever you want to call, because I don't believe in anything. If I can't prove it, it don't exist. So,
Right. But you believe in the
hold
Bible,
on.
don't you?
Hold on. I don't believe in. Did I just say I don't believe in nothing? But let me get to this point. For hold that thought, sister. Let me get to this point. So now the scripture tell you Moses lived in the Pharaoh's house and passed off as his grandson. So that shows you right there. Moses had to be a melanated person that looks
No,
similar
that shows
to.
you right there that Egypt accepted white people.
You said you don't believe
Oh,
in
What
nothing.
is wrong with you, fam? Oh
Look what you
no.
look what
You
you
said you
just
don't
said.
believe. You said you
Hold on,
don't believe in anything
sis.
you can't
Let
prove.
me
How can you prove
let
Moses?
let
Moses?
let me prove. Let me go into what he just said because he was in
Okay.
error with that. So if Moses passed as the Pharaoh's grandson, how would he be white? How would they? That don't make no sense, Swab.